Welcome live to Ohsweken Speedway here for Gale's Auto Aftermarket Night at the Big O. My name's Greg Kellner. With me, Tommy Googe, filling in for Adam Ross. Trackside will be Clinton Jeffrey for Gale's Auto Aftermarket Night. The Gale's Cash Blast 50, the premier event on the card tonight. 50 laps for our Thunderstock division and $2,000 going to the winner. Want to thank you for joining us here on G-Force TV. As you can see, cars on the track. We're just finishing up the last couple of groups of hot laps for the Strickland GMC Crate Sprint Car Division, and then we'll head into our qualifying heats here for the evening. So we'll give you some sights and sounds here of the cars as they do the hot lap session here. Order of events here tonight. We'll start things off with our Thunderstock division, and they have 5 qualifying heats tonight, 8 laps per. And then we have the 360 sprint cars, 8 laps for their qualifiers. Mini stocks to follow that. 6 laps are their heats, and 8 laps for all of the Crate Sprint Car divisions, qualifying heats. Thunderstocks, 360 sprints, and crates will need B-mains tonight. Looks like the mini stocks should be good to go with a full field of cars. And then A-mains tonight will go with the Thunderstocks, 360 sprints, mini stocks, and crate sprints to conclude this evening's program. So another group warming up over on the Little O, who competed last night here for the first night of the season. The micro sprints compete Thursday night. 6:30 is start time. So if you're a youngster who wants to get involved in racing, or even an older person that wants to get involved in racing, they had 4 divisions last night: the beginners, the box stocks, and the opens for the micro sprints. So those are the wing carts. And then they have the flat track carts, which I embarrassingly drove pre-COVID, and I couldn't see a thing. When you have progressive glasses and you're laying down on a flat cart and it's dark out, good night. But anyways, they compete over there Thursday nights. 6:30 is the start time, and a great opportunity to get involved in racing because a number of the drivers, we talked about this off air earlier, Tommy, a number of our sprint car drivers have come up, and even in the stock car division, come up through that micro sprint program.
Yeah, several of them have, and you could go all the way back to Dylan Westbrook, who won the 360 feature here opening night, and of course ran in the truck series last Friday at Knoxville. He's one of the people who's graduated up from the micro sprints up into the full-size cars. Holly Porter's another one. There's quite a few out there.
Austin Rose is going by the flag stand right now. He was a runner in the micro sprint division over the last number of years, so plenty of drivers have graduated. Some still compete out there. Holly Porter again was out there last night, and a few others as well. So, in fact, Jesse McDonald was the winner of the flat cart race last night, who was running the crate sprints. He's not this year, but good to see Mike Bowman here tonight, regular runner in the small block modifieds. He's here with his crate sprint, number 71.
Yeah, this is his first crate sprint car race out of Ohsweken, as far as I know.
Yeah, and in his own car at that, because he's previously driven for Terry Baker's race team on the road, away from Ohsweken at Merrittville and Humberstone. But here he is tonight competing at the Big O for the first time in a sprint car. Mike can get it done in about anything he drives. He's just one of those top talented drivers that has what it takes, and it's going to be interesting to see him compete here with the crate sprint cars. And tonight, Tommy, we've got a few extra drivers in the sprint car divisions, especially because we're getting ready for next week's 16th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. It's races for the Knights of Thunder and the Action Sprint Tour. Lots of money on the line, so drivers coming in this week preparing for next Friday night.
Yeah, and Mike Bowman is one of those. Unfortunately, he had a front row starting spot at Merrittville a couple of weeks ago in the Action Sprint Tour opener, and the car broke on the opening lap, so he didn't get a chance to show what he could do there. But it looks to me like Mike's definitely going to try to tune up for next week here at Ohsweken, so that he can hopefully have a better Action Sprint Tour run next Friday night.
As we mentioned earlier off air, it's a busy weekend coming up. On Thursday night, June the 30th, we're down at Humberstone Speedway as Terry Vince and the staff will open up the gates. We'll be live there on G-Force TV, and it's the Knights of Thunder and the Action Sprint Tour will be at the top of the card for that one next Thursday night, and then followed up back here on Friday night, again here on G-Force TV. It'll be the 16th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. $10,000 to win for the 360 sprints, plus the Action Sprint Tour on the card as well. And it's going to be a big night next Friday night. And, Tommy, that leads into the first of what are 3 Canadian Sprint Car Nationals this year. We have a second edition coming up in August and then the traditional weekend in September.
Yeah, and next Friday should be really interesting. I know Jordan Thomas and Paulie Colagiovanni have filed their entries. Jordan Poirier is planning to be here. So I expect a few more entries over the next few days as we get ready for next week. And then that week, I guess it's not a weekend in August, but a couple of weeknight events in August. I'm really circling that on my calendar. The Monday night Canadian Sprint Car Nationals, and then Tuesday night the NASCAR Pinty Series is here. So that should be a really fun 2-day show. And then you come in on Friday night and see the regular Friday night show before that too, and spend the whole week here. So
it's going to be a fantastic 3 Canadian Sprint Car Nationals coming up this year. And another one of those visitors we have here tonight, Ben Siliker from out in Alberta, has made the long haul, getting ready for next weekend as well. And he came down last year and drove for one of the teams, but has his own machine here tonight.
Yeah, they as far as I know, they're planning to run the whole Knights of Thunder schedule, which isn't too onerous. It's all 2-day shows, and there's 5 of those total, so 10 races on the schedule. So it makes it not too bad for them to come in and run 2 or 3 races, and then head on down the road and do something else for a couple weeks.
So busy part of the season really starting to heat up. Once we get out of June, things really get into high speed until really the end of September, the first weekend of October, where that's where the Pinty's Knights of Thunder will conclude down at Humberstone Speedway in the Fall Nationals, the second annual edition of that. And it just gets to be a bit of a whirlwind, but it's an exciting time that we're back here at the Big O. Things are going well right now. Obviously, there's the tire situation going on, but I think we'll be okay to the end of the year. And it's just been one of those years where you're excited to be back, and now that we're in the thick of it, it doesn't seem as bad when you've had a time to catch your breath over the last 2 years. So at this moment, some final track prep going down the lower lanes there. So we're going to take a quick break here on G-Force and be right back here at Ohsweken Speedway.
I've always had the spirit that I wanted to invent something new, and so when we got into clothing, I got immersed into it, and the only way that you really understand how to build clothing is to become a pattern maker. That pattern maker concept started becoming very interesting to me because I went, I can make this better. Love it. Absolutely love designing. Doesn't matter whether it's a garment or an engine or a car, decals on our race cars. I love doing it. That's my forte.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rearview mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
Welcome back live on G-Force TV. Ohsweken Speedway is the place to be here tonight, as it is Gales Auto Aftermarket Night and the Gales Cash Blast 50, and it is 50 laps for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks, $2,000 to the winner, and our first major lap event for the stock car division of 2022. So it's going to be a good one here tonight. And after Dave Bailey did not win one Friday night ago, it gives some of the other drivers some hope. Okay, that guy that's won all those championships, that guy that has won the first two of the year, he can be beaten, and we know Dave can be beaten. But sometimes it's just that mentality, Tommy, of the guy wins so much, the other drivers may just start thinking, oh, I just got nothing for him.
Yeah, although tonight it looks like nobody's thinking that with all these extra cars in from out of town. They're all thinking they can beat him, I think. And it'll be a tall order, but there are some good cars here. I saw Billy Bleach here earlier, and Pete Reed was here, so a couple of guys who I don't think Reed might have been here earlier this year, but Billy Bleach hasn't been here in quite a while, and he's multi-time feature winner here in the Thunderstocks. So Justin Ramsey was down here. He was the winner of the most recent 50-lapper that we had here at Ohsweken back in 2019. So definitely going to be some challengers for Bailey tonight, let alone, I mean, you mentioned last week Bailey finished, I think it was 5th, and Ryan Beagle is knocking on the door. Kyle Work got the win. Trevor DeBoer always strong, so whether it's an out-of-town car or somebody from locally here, Bailey's definitely not the only one who can get it done.
So some extra work being done here. It's still quite soupy down to the inside of the track in 3 and 4. And Tommy, you talked about this earlier off air. Your brother races in the Thunderstock divisions, and he said the shade down in corner 3 now from that new VIP suite makes it a lot tackier down there than traditionally what it used to be.
Yeah, you can kind of see on the wall there a little bit of dirt's kicked up onto the wall there, which used to happen a little bit, but definitely in that spot where the shade is on there, the sun hasn't had a chance to dry up any of that moisture that's there. So it's definitely different getting into turn 3 on a day like this than it was in the past before that building was here.
So track prep going on, and if you're just tuning in, again, my name is Greg Kellnan, as always up here in the tower, and Adam Ross has headed down east. He's in Newfoundland for the NASCAR Pinty Series first trek to Newfoundland, and that's going to be a fantastic event for the NASCAR Pinty Series, but he went out ahead of time and decided not to take the hectic travel schedule like the guys did going to Montreal. Clinton and Adam and Dave Bradley and crew had quite the adventure just getting to Autodrome Chaudière there a few weeks ago. But Adam's already down there. I'm sure he'll tune in at some point and give us his 2 cents worth. But Tommy Gooch back in the tower tonight, and it's great to have you back because some of the newer fans might not recognize your voice or don't know who you are. You and I and Clint for a long time worked together here on Friday nights, and it's always great to have you back on the mic.
Yeah, 9 years the three of us did this together.
Crazy.
So it's fun to be back. My first time back since 2019, and as I mentioned before we came on G-Force TV tonight, much different over in the pit area. I didn't get too much of a chance to check out the spectator side, but I noticed the front area is paved down here, so that's a nice improvement. But that pit area, if you ever have a chance to get back there, maybe after the races one night, when the drivers are hanging out after the races, go down and say hello to them. Any Friday night. Definitely lots of changes down there. A lot of paved areas now, a lot of concrete for the teams to work on. So definitely lots of improvement. I noticed the micro sprint track has a lot of improvements too, with the lighting and hay bales all the way around. So they never stop working here, even though we were down for 2 years.
Yeah, incredible improvements here. And over our 9 years, I can't believe it was 9 years, but over those 9 years, it was you and Clinton that did all the brave things. So let's recap. You raced a bomber race, correct?
Yeah, I'd like to forget that one.
You went in the 2-seater sprint car.
Yeah, although I rode with Keith Dempster, who's the much saner one.
The tamer driver.
He stayed in the middle to the low side, whereas Glenn was up on the top side ripping around with Clinton in the back. I was happy where I was.
So you and Clinton did both of those. Now, Clinton was in the chain race. Did you do that one as well?
No, those other things were the end of my motorized experiences here.
That was the night Clinton almost caught a car in his lap because it was swinging around like a yo-yo on the end of the chain and went right by him. And man, the things you guys did, and I just sat comfortably here in the tower. And
the older I got, the more I decided it was safer to be up here. The first few years were fun down in the infield, but it's nicer up here.
Well, that's the thing. I saw your Facebook cover photo today and saw the shot of you standing down in the infield. I'm like, oh, yeah, Tommy was always down in the infield. I was up here by myself. Clinton, for a time, was off, and then he came back, and he was roaming around as well, and then you spent some time in the tower as well, so it seems like such a long time ago. What was the last year you were here?
It's 2016.
2016. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So 6 years.
Wow. I've
We're old.
6 years with Adam. Oh, my goodness.
Well, there was 2 years off in there.
Yeah, but I didn't get 2 years off from Adam.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We went all around the province together.
Yeah.
I'm just starting to get used to him.
I watched all of those G-Force shows, the sprint car ones anyway. And, of course, I did all the PR for them the last 2 years. So, but I didn't get to any racetracks the last 2 years, so it's really nice to be back here tonight. Although I have to say, I have this goal this year of I'm actually going to sit in those grandstands, which I've never sat in, and watch a race with my family. So, because they built these grandstands in 2008, the year I started here, and I never got to sit in them other than when we didn't have a tower here the first 3 weeks. But
we stood in them with no tower the first night out in the open with the mixer board down in front of us, and there was no railing behind us, was there? I think there was some caution tape or something.
Might have been, yeah.
I think that was it. But, that's going back to, what year was that?
That was 08.
08, wow.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Like I said, we're old.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, over the last 2 years, it was a real privilege because I know a lot of the fans maybe that are here tonight didn't get a chance to get to any races anywhere. And especially in 2020, when we went to the racetrack, I almost felt guilty to be able to go and to broadcast those races and being able to bring it to the fans because there was so little that we could do and go out and watch or have any sense of normalcy. So it was a real privilege to be a part of that on G-Force. And boy, last year when we started seeing big crowds again, after all these years that we've been in the towers, and you tend to, I don't want to say you lose the love of the sport, but you lose something. You forget what it is you appreciate. And then after 2 years of not having fans and you start getting people back, boy, it kind of reinvigorates you to come back and get that excitement back. And that's the way it's been this year to finally be back to the Big O.
Yeah, I made a point tonight before I came up here of waiting till the sprint cars were all doing their heating motors, and then I walked down the row while they were all running because that's one of my favorite things to do at the racetrack. So,
I remember the first time I went into the pits. It stood right behind the sprint car when he fired it up, and my eyes were burning, and I couldn't figure out why. That was fantastic. I learned that really quick. Don't do that again. I think that was the first night I was in the pits of a sprint car race, but it burns.
If you ever get a chance to be in the pits, it's definitely worth it when they're getting ready to, when they put the heat in the motors and they watch them all getting prepared.
Just the smells and the sounds. And
it gives you more of an appreciation for just like how violent those cars really are.
Yeah.
And how powerful they are.
All my smells and sounds now are with Adam on Friday nights in the tower. Oh, my.
You're trying to get him to send you a message, aren't you?
I'm waiting. I'm sure he's there somewhere. Out east.
Well, a little bit of track prep going on here still, but it is important to get this inside groove worked in here because and it's important that they got enough water into it because they've got a lot of cars coming out here tonight and they want to keep the track in as good a shape as possible. So although it's a little bit of a wait here to get going, it'll be worth it once we do because the track will be nice and wide and these drivers will be able to go down there and race as well as in the upper groove.
I got to say that there's very few times where you sit at a racetrack and you've got to wait through a delay where they're working on it where it didn't make it better or help the situation immensely. There's been a few times I've been to tracks where they spend an hour doing it and 5 laps into the next race it's like, what did we just do? But tonight, like you say, that bottom lane is going to be extremely important, I think, especially when we get to the 50-lapper because that's where they're either going to be holding it on the outside trying to have that momentum build up or digging on the bottom, trying to get as close to the wall as they can to get some of that moisture. And Clinton's down there right now. I think he might have a Case IH track report.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Obviously, things are really soupy on the bottom, a little too much water on the inside here, but this bottom groove is where the problem is. You can see it's still pretty soupy. The middle to upper grooves are in good shape, but the very bottom here is where we've got a little too much water on here. They're going to work on getting that one cleared up, and we'll be about probably 5 or 10 minutes before we're ready to go. Thunderstocks just got called in line, guys, so there's your first Case IH track report of the night. It's going to be a wild one here tonight.
So here's the trick. If you want to gain about 6 inches of height, just walk through that soupiness. There's nothing like wet clay. I used to wear cleats at the track just because it made it a little safer when you're going down to Victory Lane before I got lazy and just sat in the tower. But you'd wear the cleats, and boy, you'd get a good bit taller, and you get over to the pit area at the end of the night, and your shoes weigh an extra 10 pounds because that clay just holds the moisture so much. And it's not like just, watering your garden. This is a totally different thing.
I walked across the track on the way over here, and I didn't think it was quite as soupy as it really is, but I guess when Hot Laps went out there, they kind of churned it up a little bit more.
I see they got Dad a shovel down there in Victory Lane. He's down a quick Victory Lane shoveling water.
He's actually the photographer, just in case you didn't know.
They need to get him a high-power leaf blower. That would dry the water and get rid of some of that dust. Well, the black flag's being displayed to the Case IH machines, and it's not because they don't do a good job. They do an excellent job here servicing Ohsweken Speedway, but I think they're being called into the infield, and we're going to get ready to go racing here momentarily with the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks first on deck, and we have confirmed it is handicapping tonight for our stock car divisions ready to go, and 50 laps for the Thunderstocks. $2,000 to the winner thanks to Gail Hill from Gail's Auto Aftermarket, our first 50 lapper of the season. We've also got 360 sprint cars, crate sprints, and mini stocks on the card here tonight as we get ready to roll off the cars. There we see Melissa Miller on screen right now getting ready to go. Adam Plazik lined up behind her.
So officially 41 Thunderstocks, 29 360 sprints, 25 mini stocks, and 32 crate sprint cars tonight. So a packed pit area over there. And when the sprinters were out putting heat in the motors before, it was a little bit of an organized chaos thing going on down there with cars coming in and out and trying to get them all pushed out of their pit area and pushed off. But they all got it done. It was very busy down there, though.
The first heat coming out onto the speedway is for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. Aiden Nye lines up on the pole. He's from Simcoe. Out of the outside of the 427 from Bimbrook, it's Tim Phelan. Starting back in the third spot, the 38th, that'll be Frank Turkey, although I don't see that car out there. Trevor Want in the 19T, he's from Niagara Falls. Melissa Miller in the 93 from Hagersville. Ron Logie out of Burlington, the 97. Mikey Bobby, Mike Thorne there in the Burger Barn, number 55. He's from Caledonia. And Adam Plazik of Caister Center in the 41. He'll start towards the back there. I think Aiden Nye has done the shuffle back to the tail, and that's where we've rejigged some of this. Plus, we do not see the Frank Turkey, number 38.
So here we go with the first Thunderstock heat race of the night. 8 laps of distance. Top 4, I believe, will transfer out of this one with 5 heats tonight. And the 427 of Phelan takes the early lead down the backstretch.
And we've got Go Fast Teeple in this one as well. So I'm starting to question my starting lineups here as Go Fast Teeple back there in the 11 machine.
A little bit of contact there heading into turn 3 the last lap. They get that sorted out and back underway here as the top 3 string out single file. Here comes Plazik up to 4th now in the 41 car.
Yeah, good charge from the back of the pack in that number 41 machine. Out in front, it's Tim Phelan in the 427. Ron Logie's got it hooked up in the 2nd spot right now. And Niagara Falls, Ontario's Trevor Want back there in 3rd.
It's a really nicely well-prepared car that Logie has. I was taking a look at it in the pit area earlier, and well put together car up in the second spot right now. Phelan up about a groove and a half from where Logie is running, still with the lead in the 427.
It's Phelan out in front, Logie, Want, and then Adam Plazik makes the charge to the inside of the 19T, door to door for that spot. Want up into the wall. He'll slap the concrete and goes slow into corner number 3, and a challenge for the lead at the cross flags.
So it looks like Want might bring out the caution flag here. Race for the lead as Logie goes to the inside of Phelan out of corner 2, but the yellow will come out just as they go side by side.
Trevor Want comes to a stop there to the entry of corner number 4, puts us under the caution flag. And that was a pretty good lick on the back stretch wall for Trevor Want.
Yeah, and that wall is solid now. That's not like the old block wall they used to have on the back stretch.
See him moving around in the car. He's putting the window net down, so he's going to need the attention of the safety crew. And it obviously was not a situation where he was just trying to bring out the caution, get caught back up. He definitely has some issues there in the number 19 machine.
Yeah, we generally don't see a lot of drivers bringing out the caution on purpose, because that tends to draw the ire of our race director, Doug Leonard, pretty quickly.
Yeah.
You see that at some tracks, especially I find the pavement late model drivers are guilty of that maneuver quite often, but doesn't fly very much here. Although there are ways to, the veteran drivers know how to bring out a yellow without making it look on purpose.
So Tim Phelan out in front. He was just about to get challenged by Ron Logie right there before the caution flag came out at the halfway point. 4 and 4 to go in this first qualifier, as they still attend to Trevor Want's super sub, Niagara Falls number 19.
So if you missed it earlier, we did mention that this is the first week of handicapping in the Thunderstocks. So this is our first of 5 heats tonight. Oak Clinton's up there with the number 19 of Want.
Yeah, guys, Trevor Want's been on Facebook saying he's not having a good time. Another tough night for him here. Been struggling with the slick tracks, but tonight it's a tacky one. It might have played into his hands. We'll have to follow the story night and see what's wrong with the Want 19, guys.
So as I was saying, handicapping in effect starting tonight for week 4 in the Thunderstocks. So as we move through these heat races, we're going to get progressively faster, basically, as the drivers towards the end of the heat race order are going to be the ones who've had the best last 3 weeks. Although there's some good drivers in this one too. Klazinga's in this one, and Mike Thorne, although his luck has been terrible so far this year. Actually, that's Melissa Miller's 93 car. My mistake on that one.
Well, yeah, I had to have a look there because, again, Go Fast Teeple was scheduled for heat number 4, but he's out in this one. And the Beamsville Fish and Chips number 11. White flag is out, so we'll get back to it. 4 laps left to go here in the first qualifying heat of the night for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. Here on Gales Auto Aftermarket night, the Gales Cash Blast 50 for these Thunderstock drivers. Their night to shine. 50 laps on a hot night. It's going to be a long evening for some of these drivers.
Yeah, those Thunderstocks engines are going to be, we often see in these 50 lappers some overheating issues, so these drivers are going to have to take care of those cars for at least the first half of that race.
Here we go, back to the green flag. In the first qualifying heat, Logie to the outside of Phelan making the charge. And he'll ride around the outside and grab the top spot. Mike Thorne behind them, side by side with Adam Plazik.
So again, we believe the top 4 are going to transfer out of this one. So Plazik currently has the final transfer, and Teeple looking to take that one away. Up front, Phelan gets up close to the corner 4 wall, and that allows Mike Thorne to draw in on his inside.
Mike Thorne, the Burger Barn. Pesky Penguin, number 55, works it behind Phelan, tucks in line in the third spot. They work down into corner number 3. Thorne will try another run on him down through corner number 4. 2 laps left to go for Ron Logie in the 97.
So the top 4 have broken away just a little bit here now, and they're going to try to ride this one home without any further challenges for those top 4 transfer spots. But Teeple now making a run down the back straightaway, trying to draw back in on them. Up front, it's still Logie, but he hasn't really taken off too far from the rest of the pack.
No, Phelan's done a nice job to keep him right there in his sights as they go down in corner 1 for the final time. Mike Thorne trying to get a run on the 427 as they go down the back stretch.
So Logie into corner 3 and 4 the final time. Phelan still trying to make that outside work. Not going to get it done, and Logie will get the win. Phelan second, Thorne third. Fourth in the final transfer spot will be Adam Plazik.
So 1 heat down and 4 to go. Top 5 will go across the scales, and we saw what happened last week. If you don't cross the scales, you start at the tail in the next race. So needing B-main tonight, that could cost you big time to go to a last chance qualifier instead of qualifying through the heats as we get ready for the second qualifying heat of the night for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks. Ryan Barry goes from the pole in the 75 to his outside will be Mark McDonald, Barry from Hagersville and McDonald from Corbyville. Starting in the third spot, that's where we'll find Ken Sargent from Hamilton, the 25, and Rob Hoskins to his outside out of Harley in the 37. Jim Lampman from Caister Center in the 28th starts 5th. Kyle Andrus was quick in practice. He's back there in the 6th spot in the 43. Devin Bacher in the 3 machine from Hagersville. He'll start 7th. And Logan Schwedick in the 53 will start at the tail. I think we're missing one of those cars I just announced.
Yeah, Bacher.
Bacher, yes. Bacher had problems last week with the number 3 machine, so maybe some gremlins causing problems again for him tonight.
Bacher's been quick, but just not having the luck the last couple of weeks as this race is well underway here. 2 wide into corner 4 as they now go 3 wide out of the corner.
And Jim Lampman on the bottom of Barry and Andrus as they go through corner number 1. Now that puts Lampman to the inside of Sargent. Sargent gets sideways and puts Lampman into the 3rd spot.
Well, that was close quarters out of corner 2 where things tend to tighten up, but they all kept it off each other. Still under green here. Keep an eye on that 4th and final transfer spot that Sargent currently has, as those other drivers are going to try to take it away from him.
Logan Schwedick trying to make some moves up through the field. He's always a top runner here at the Speedway, but right now mired back at the back of the pack behind Barry and beside Andrus, who's got sideways there in corner number 3. McDonald, meanwhile, at the front, feeling the pressure from Rob Hoskins, who's had a fast car to start the year, but has had nothing but bad brakes.
Boy, speaking of fast cars, look at Lampman in that 28 car. Just draw right in on those top 2. Not as good of a run through corner 3 and 4, though, and McDonald will continue to lead.
So McDonald leads over Hoskins and Lampman. Top 3 break away from Sargent, Barry, Schwedick, and Andrus right now. So we're halfway through this one. McDonald slips up a little in 2. Hoskins had to let out of the throttle a bit. That allows Jim Lampman to his outside.
So good race for this lead here. Lampman to the outside trying to make a run around Hoskins. McDonald still holds the lead for now, but how long is he going to keep it with 3 laps to go?
Here they go, 3-car battle for the lead. Lampman's got a run on the outside, tries to drop to the door panel of the 2M of Mark McDonald. He edges ahead a little bit in corner number 3. Here they come off of 4. Jim Lampman to the top of the scoring pylon.
So Lampman with the lead now. Meanwhile, that final transfer spot up for grabs as Sargent has lost it to Schwedick now.
Side by side to the 2nd spot. Hoskins on the outside trying to get around McDonald. He saw what Lampman just did, said, okay, I'll try the same lane to get the 2nd spot. White flag is out for leader Jim Lampman. Hoskins moves ahead of McDonald.
So Hoskins up to 2nd now, the former mini stock racer. McDonald kind of going to try to take that spot back before the end of this one. Meanwhile, Schwedick has driven away from the rest of them for that final transfer.
Here they come off of corner 4 to the checkered flag. The winner is going to be Jim Lampman. Nice job by him. Coming from the 5th spot over Rob Hoskins, Mark McDonald, and then it's Logan Schwedick 4th. At the line for 5th, it's Barry over Sargent.
Every spot matters in this because that's one less spot that you have to gain in the B-main later.
Third qualifier on its way out. Starting on the pole in this one should be the 13 of Casey Huffman, and yes, it is, to his outside. Casey's from Brantford. His outside, starting second, Cameron Thompson from Ohsweken, the 28T. Blake Bomberry Jr. from Ohsweken in the Nitro 54 variety, number 24 on the inside. And to the outside, last week's winner out of Ancaster, the number 19 of Kyle Wirt. Going from the 5th position from Caister Center, the 28D of Donnie Lampman. And going from 6th out of London, the 76 of Jamie Googe. Starting 7th out of Hamilton, the 07 of Scott McPhail. And going from the 8th spot from West Lorne in the 65, it's Scott Dunn. And yes, that is Tommy's brother, Jamie, out there in the 76 tonight.
Yep, second week out in the Thunderstock, so he drops to the rear to try to just get some laps in here.
That's the other nervous thing I never had to worry about. I didn't have a sibling out there racing. Both you and Clinton had that over the years as well. And
underway here, Casey Huffman, much improved this year, is up in the top 10 in points, but he gets the lead taken away by Thompson heading into corner 3.
Here they come through 4 the first time. Casey Huffman trying to hold on to the back end of that one. It slides up a bit, and Kyle Wirt moves to his inside. So last week's winner right now, charging for that second spot. Here comes Bomberry through the middle, making it 3 wide down the back stretch.
Bomberry, after a week off, definitely has the bit in his teeth tonight. Here comes Lampman, though, to the outside to make it a 5-car race for the lead.
Yeah, good 5-car pack out in front. Cameron Thompson, rookie in that machine, looking stout. Casey Huffman's been very strong this year. Kyle Wirt, Donnie Lampman, and the Bomberry number 24 out there as well. And now we've got a 7-car pack at the front.
They were 3 wide in corner 3 and made that work, and now Wirt takes over the lead from Thompson heading into corner 2. Bit of a slide job there. That allows Lampman to come up and take the lead away.
Donnie Lampman is on the podium. It was the last week or the week before, but Donnie does have a podium finish this year as he's ahead of Kyle Wirt now. Cameron Thompson back there in 3rd.
Lampman was making that car work on the top side on that slick track last week. Track much more tacky so far tonight, and the top side really has come in for him.
Off the corner they work. 5 laps on the board, 3 to go. Donnie Lampman, Kyle Wirt, 1 and 2. Then it's Cameron Thompson, Blake Bomberry Jr., and Casey Huffman, the top 5. But Casey's feeling the pressure from the 65 of Dunn.
That fight outside the transfer spots as the top 4 will transfer out of this one. Bomberry has the final spot right now. Huffman and the rest of them trying to gain back up on that final transfer spot.
Donnie Lampman stretching it out on Kyle Wirt. Has that Monte Carlo hooked up and then bobbled just a little bit in the middle of the turn. White flag is out for Lampman over Wirt, Thompson, and here comes Bomberry charging for 3rd, and a good 3-car battle behind them.
A lot of contact back there out of corner 4. They keep it straight so far, but way up the track goes Huffman now. As at the front, it's still Lampman over Wirt with the checkered flag in sight.
Donnie Lampman picks up the win over Kyle Wirt, side by side for 3rd at the line. Ugh, I'm going to have to look at the scoring pylon for that. Blake Bomberry.
It looks like they gave that to Thompson on the score.
Oh, yep, you're right. Thompson gets it.
So Lampman, Wirt, Thompson, Bomberry are transfer cars.
4 1,000ths of a second was the difference there. As we bring out the 4th qualifying heat, Chris Hale out of Guelph goes from the pole in the 79. Ryan Beagle out of Victoria on the outside in the 84 RK. Going from the 3rd spot from Shannonville in the 26 is Craig Hanley. And going from 4th out of Canfield, the 32 of Mark Fawcett. Starting in 5th from Port Robinson, the 108 is Zach Bleach. Brian General in the 135 goes from 6th. 7th is Al King in the 48. And this is the heat where we were supposed to see Go Fast Teeple. So, do we have another car in it, in his place? I believe we have the 48. No, the 48 was in the lineup.
Well, we'll figure it out as we go along here. As we're underway with, these are some fast cars in this heat. Hale, Beagle, Fawcett, all up in there right now, racing for that lead. Side by side out of corner 4.
Here comes Fawcett trying to catch the top 2.
Craig Hanley, a driver we don't see here all that often, but he's up there in the top 5 right now, fighting for that final transfer with Bleach.
Regular competitor down at Brighton Speedway. Beagle to the outside of Chris Hale. These two have been going at it all year long. Fawcett's been in the mix as well in that 32. 3 cars out in front. It's side by side back there for the 4th spot.
These drivers will race hard, but they normally race pretty cleanly, especially those 3 at the front. So we'll watch what Beagle, Hale, and Fawcett do here as Beagle continues to lead. As I say that, Fawcett gets up the track and into the 79 of Hale, who falls back several spots there. Fawcett must have just got a bit of a push there, pushed up the track, and Hale was the unfortunate recipient there. Halfway, 4 laps in and 4 to go for Beagle up front.
One car headed to the pit area, the 48 machine of Al King. And here comes Fawcett, challenging on the 84 of Ryan Beagle through corner number 4. As Chris Hale has dropped through the field in this one.
Yeah, Hale's car is something's going on with it, more than just that issue he had with Fawcett a couple laps ago. Meanwhile, Fawcett, no worse for wear, up there fighting for the lead with Beagle now into corner 3.
Here they come. 2 laps left to go, this time by the flag stand. Side by side. Beagle edges just ahead over Fawcett. They go down to the corner. Fawcett's got the advantage off of 2 and a good run on the inside.
Beagle normally likes to run kind of down where Fawcett is right now. He's made that outside work so far, but now we're going to see them switch lanes. White flag in the air. Here comes Beagle back to the inside, trying to take the lead back.
Back and forth they go with one more trip around. Good corner there for Mark Fawcett. He'll edge ahead of Beagle just a bit. Pulls about a car length or 2 off of second place Beagle as they come to the checkered flag.
Fawcett out of corner 4 the final time. He'll get the heat race win. Second is Beagle. Third is Bleach. 4th in the final transfer will be Craig Hanley. And then we'll see Hale, General, and King in the B-main. So Hale definitely a driver to watch when that B-main comes around.
Like General's car, we announced it as 135, but it's actually 13.5. They just can't put that in our scoring system with a decimal. 5th and final qualifying heat coming out. Mike Klazinga, top 5 in points right now coming into tonight, having a great season. He's on the pole to the outside. Trevor DeBoer, both drivers out of Hagersville. Trevor's in the 23. Starting 3rd, also from Hagersville in the 49, Dave Bailey. And to the outside, it's Jeff Larment out of St. Catharines in the 601. Starting 5th from Belleville in the 03, it's Justin Ramsey. And starting in 6th from Welland in the 05, the Crazy Alien, Pete Reed. Starting 7th out of Port Colborne in the 0 is Dave Small. And going from the 8th and final spot from Trenton in the 18, it's Kyle Anderson.
Green flag underway in heat race number 5. These are some very quick cars in this one, as well as a bunch of out-of-towners. So an interesting heat race shaping up here with DeBoer at the front so far. Klazinga trying to take that spot away.
Klazinga just took a pretty solid hit from behind on Bailey as they all stacked up going through the corners. Here comes Bailey to the inside of the 93K. He'll grab the 2nd spot at the line.
Bailey's going to try to get up front and take off here. Stay out of that snarling pack behind him as they race 2 wide back there with Ramsey, Klazinga. 2 wide, 3 rows deep right now.
Here they come off for the 4th corner. Bailey edging ahead for the lead over Trevor DeBoer. And he'll stretch it at the line. DeBoer back to 2nd. Klazinga working up some speed on the outside, trying to gain on the top 2. Now that gets thwarted as DeBoer moved up the track a little bit.
Ramsey to the inside of Klazinga. We mentioned Ramsey was the most recent winner of a 50-lapper here in the Thunderstocks, so he's a driver to keep an eye on. Here comes Reed, though, making it 3 wide for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, 3 cars wide at the line behind Bailey and DeBoer. And Pete Reed gets shuffled back to the 5th spot, so Ramsey 3rd, Klazinga back to 4th, Reed 5th.
So Reed, a quick driver here whenever he comes to Ohsweken, but right now mired in that 5th spot as Bailey has taken off from the rest of the pack. The only driver so far running consistently in the 19-second bracket.
Down the backstretch goes Dave Bailey, hooked up and gone already here in the qualifying heat. Pete Reed now moves to the inside of Klazinga, working on that 4th spot, trying to transfer into tonight's A-main.
Still side by side for that spot. Klazinga's not going to give it up easily. We mentioned he's been quick here so far this year, and he's wants to get in that feature race without having to go to the B-main, but here comes Reed now, inching ahead down the backstretch.
They're battling for that final transfer spot, but right in front of them are Ramsey and also the 23 DeBoer, so any of these drivers could be on the outside very quickly with 2 to go.
Yeah, 2 laps, still a long time for the Thunderstocks. Lots of stuff can still happen as Klazinga will not give up that spot easily. Reed still has a slight advantage, but Klazinga sticking right there as Bailey leads with the white flag out.
So Bailey's in some good shape here with 1 lap to go. Trevor DeBoer looking pretty good right now with Justin Ramsey hot on his heels, and now Pete Reed gaps himself on Mike Klazinga through 1 and 2, trying to cash in to the main event.
Yeah, Klazinga almost caught the wall out of corner 4 the last lap, so it looks like he's going to get 5th. Up front, Bailey gets the win. 2nd will be DeBoer. 3rd, Ramsey. 4th in the final transfer is Reed. Then it's Klazinga and Kyle Anderson back there. A couple of cars not having their transponders pick up.
Well, guys, I just want to jump in here and do a bit of a tutorial here. So if you're watching with us online, I'm going to show you my phone here, something I learned. If you touch your phone here, these 3 dots in the upper corner, if you just touch those, it'll give you quality settings. Right, Siri, I'm set to 720. A lot of times you could be set to 240 or 360 based on your internet plan. So just hit those 3 dots up here in the upper corner, change it to quality to 720, and you're going to watch the best. And that'll be the best possible G-Force picture you could watch on your phone today, guys.
I was so tempted to call you right there.
Why?
Because it would have showed up on the screen.
So here's the story.
Send him a text.
Here's the story. 2 weeks ago, I'm over there. I'm in here in the infield, and I'm watching basically 3 blobs roll around on the track, and I roll around the trail. I'm like, Spencer, I thought we fixed this with Starlink. He goes, don't you know how to use it? I said, if I don't know how to use it, probably a lot of our fans are watching subpar quality. So click those 3 dots on the upper right. Make sure it's 720. You get the best quality picture you can here from our G-Force systems, guys.
It moves you from the 90s to the 2020s.
It really does. It's a major difference.
All right, first qualifying heat of the night coming out onto the speedway for the 360 sprint cars, brought to you by Cool Kids Ice and Water, Core Pack Merchandising. Starting from the pole in this one. Is it me or does this look wrong, Tommy? Oh, no, DJ Christie's in this one. Okay, here we go. Just making sure.
They came out in reverse order.
Yeah, that's what threw me off. I'm like, okay, are they all out here? Starting on the pole will be Josh Hansen out of Beamsville in the 88H. To his outside from Mount Bridges, the 2019 crate champion. It's Nick Sheridan in the 45. Going from 3rd from Scotland, Ontario, the 87X is Sean Evans. And from Warrnambool, Victoria, Australia. I missed the Queensland part, right? Or no? No? Oh,
nope,
see,
Victoria's the state.
Okay, there we go. I'm like the U.S. people announcing Canadian drivers from Brantford, Canada. But nonetheless, it's Braden Cooley going from 4th in car number 20. Starting 5th out of Beachville in car number 5 is DJ Christie. To his outside from Caister Center, the 11 is Jamie Turner. Starting in 7th out of Grand Prairie, Alberta, the 24 is Ben Siliker. And from the 8th spot out of St. Catharines, the 46 is Kevin Pauls. Starting in 9th from Port Colborne in the 5D, that's Jacob Dykstra. And to his outside, it's Hodge, Dan Nanico from Ohsweken in car number 15. 10 cars, 8 laps the distance, the first of 3 qualifying heats for the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack Merchandising 360 sprint cars.
I feel like I say this every race, but there are some good cars in this one. Josh Hansen up in the top 3 in the point standings right now. DJ Christie, another good young racer here in that 5 car. Got his first 360 wins of his career last year. One down at the former South Buxton Raceway, the other one at Brighton Speedway.
I think any driver in this heat could win the heat, and I wouldn't be completely shocked. Other than maybe Kevin Pauls, I don't believe has a heat race win yet, but he has really steadily improved as well and getting more consistent every week. So just quality cars throughout this first qualifying heat with Nick Sheridan sailing out in front, or make that Josh Hansen sailing out in front.
Sheridan attacked that corner 1 and 2 last time through. A little bit smoother this time. He's up into the second spot. Christie slides up the track as here comes Cooley to the inside of Evans for the third spot.
Hansen, Sheridan, Cooley at the line has the third position over Sean Evans. Sean going right back at him down the backstretch.
So a battle of the driver who comes from furthest away against one of the ones who's the closest in Cooley and Evans, and so far Cooley has that spot. Here comes Evans though back around the top side. Up front it's still all Josh Hansen as Siliker slow down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Ben Siliker had issues in the hot lap session. That'll put us under the caution flag. So Ben Siliker brings out the caution flag in the number 24 machine and had issues in hot laps. And this is a young driver that has a lot of speed, a lot of experience, especially down in the U.S. Raced a lot in Texas and some of the other southern states. So what we've seen of Ben Siliker tonight, I expect a whole lot more from him, and he'll be someone that can definitely compete. We've also got one stopped up in corner number 3, Clint.
Yeah, it's the Hodge 15 stop there in number 3. We'll figure out what's up with that. I was going to talk about the Siliker car. You know, they raced a bit for Dykstra, one event last year at Brighton. Didn't quite get the start they wanted, had issues, but they've towed all the way in from the West Coast here to race with us. The big problem they've got is they're struggling with tires, just like all these guys. Hoosier Tire Canada, our tire provider, struggling with inventory issues right now and production issues. That is putting everything, whereas these guys used to be able to use 1 tire per night, now they're needing to get 4 to 5 nights out of these tires, and they're all in the same boat. So it's tough for the Silikers. They said, hey, how can I get some tires? We just don't have any. So they were able to get some tires from Chris Steele, I understand, who's not racing this year and was able to sell them some inventory. So everybody's scrounging for tires, especially if you come in with nothing for this type of event or track, guys.
Yeah, the big story behind the tires, from my understanding, is the production of nylon that they use in the tires is the major shortage right now. It's not just race tires, it's tire industry-wide.
Well, that and labor. You know, labor shortages are an issue. The thing we've heard is Hoosier Tire Canada is right where they produce a lot of the travel trailers and travels, and that seems to be taking a lot of the labor force over to these other industries in their area, and they're just struggling to find good people to do the tires, and as you said, Greg, obviously a material shortage.
Yeah, and it's an issue not just here, but pretty much like continent-wide. You see tweets every week and Facebook things every week from drivers all across the country and across the U.S. having the same tire issues.
How about all the series that have had to cancel races because they couldn't provide tires? Some of them had gone to show-up points only to keep things fair because they can't really provide it. In this neck of the woods, we've told everybody's in the same boat. Everybody here has been able to buy a tire or 2 if they need to. So, you know, our guys have just had to adapt a little bit. They're all in the same boat. You know, last year we were having a garage sale at Steyer's Racing, and at the end of the day, they were basically giving away the old tires. So those guys who stuck around and cleaned them up are like millionaires this year with all the used tires because they got the gold in their pockets.
I mean, the good thing you could say about the tracks in this area is they don't eat tires. They might get slick, but they don't take rubber, so you may not really want to run that tire 4 or 5 nights, but you can if you have to. It's not going to get worn off totally bald.
Well, the first time the Outlaws came here, they were shocked at how good the tires were. They still had the little nubs on them when they came off a session. That's unheard of anywhere they race. A very soft clay here, not very abrasive, guys, as Josh Hansen brings us back to green. 2 of the young guns going at it at the front.
Wow, did he launch into a lead on that restart as he took off from that number 45 with Nick Sheridan, and Sheridan out of the inside. We'll have Sean Evans trying to get by him in 3.
Evans takes that spot away. Sheridan going to try to fight back. Meanwhile, they're side by side between Dykstra and Christie, a pair of 5 cars going at it.
Yeah, Jacob Dykstra coming from the back up to the 4th position. Christie really drifted up off of corner number 2. That allows Jamie Turner to his inside. He'll take the 5th position away. Christie digging back in the bottom to get by him.
Up front, it's still Hansen. Evans gained a little bit there, but seems to lose it out of corner 2 as Dykstra is gaining on the 45 of Sheridan.
2 more trips around for Josh Hansen, the driver to Beamsville, Ontario, on that J&E recovery. Julie Swayze Remax, number 88H, out in front over the Instapanels 87X of Sean Evans.
They string out a little bit here as Dykstra still trying to work on a way past Sheridan, but now a problem on the 5D. He pulls it to the inside, and I think we're going to have to go yellow here before the end of this one. No, we won't. Checkered flag in the air.
Going to the checkered flag for Josh Hansen. Jacob Dykstra far enough to the inside. So Sean Evans at the line grabbed the second spot over Nick Sheridan. Then it's DJ Christie in fourth. Fifth will go to Braden Cooley. Jamie Turner sixth. And there we see Jacob Dykstra comes to a stop down to the infield in the JR's Riverside Bait and Tackle 5D. I had a chance to go into Riverside Bait and Tackle for the first time this year. If you're a fisherman, that's a fantastic spot if you're out here by the Speedway. So stop by Riverside Bait and Tackle. But nonetheless, Jacob Dykstra, he'd rather be fishing right now because his car is not running, and Clinton Jeffries down on the scene having a look over the car.
Tough break for Dykstra as he was just gaining on the top three there. He is out of the car.
Well, guys, the torque tube came apart here, and Jacob took a rattle between the legs, so certainly not what you can imagine, and it is a massive piece. And I'm going to try and get a shot in there if I can. Let me take this camera. Open that up, Jack, because I'll know exactly what we're looking at. And if you can see right down in there, so all that shredded stuff right there, that's the drive line there, and it has shredded. And you see on the right side is where the pedals are. That one straight bar is the right gas pedal, the other straight bar is the left pedal, and you can see all the tore up metal in the inside there. And horrible. Just imagine that rattling off your feet. We'll hope Jake's all right, guys.
Well, it was. I wondered if that's what the case was, the way he pulled down so suddenly like that. We've seen that before here. James Evans a number of years ago had that happen to him and injured his ankle quite severely. So it was good to see Dykstra get out of the car and stand up after that one. That, as you mentioned, that drive line goes right between their legs there, and when it comes apart, they've got a shield there to kind of keep it from really injuring them, but it doesn't always do as good of a job as they need it to.
Well, he pitched the helmet out and all the safety gear, and I thought he might have been on fire there a bit, Tommy, because, you know, he was a bit of discomfort, obviously, but there goes Jacob. He'll get the ride back in the race med. He's all right, everybody. A little bit sore in the shins, as you can imagine. And it cannot be pleasant having that thing at RPM rattling around between your ankles, guys.
If you've never had a chance to look at a sprint car, the cockpit of one, it's worth looking at sometime. They're quite different from pretty much any race car you can imagine. You sit much more upright, and because of how compact they are, the engine's almost right in your lap, and then the driveline goes right between your feet. Back to, you're basically sitting on top of the rear axle, so not a lot of space there if something happens.
If you're claustrophobic, you're not a sprint car driver.
Yeah.
They're not easy. You'd think with that open side they're easy to get in and out of. They're really not when you've got to climb across the bars and into it. I've done it a few times when the cars have been just sitting still and on display somewhere and tried getting in, and it gives you a whole new respect for what they do behind the wheel of these sprint cars.
And they sort of sit with it's almost like a bus steering wheel, the way it's up. It's not straight ahead. It's sort of on an angle towards you, and then you're sitting with the pedals sort of underneath you, and you push down rather than forward. So it's driving one of those is very much different than pretty much any other race car you can look at.
I've often thought they need one of those knobs like they have on trucker steering wheels and just have it down in front of you.
Yeah, I've always equated it to almost driving a bus. You know, you're sitting upright, your feet are straight, you're at a 90-degree angle. Yeah, a lot different with zero layback.
Second qualifying heat out onto the Speedway. Liam Martin will go from the pole. He's from Binbrook in car number 9 to his outside from St. Williams. And the 21 is John Burbridge Jr. Going from the third spot from right here in Ohsweken, car number 0, the Ohsweken Flyer, Glenn Stiers, into his outside. Also from here in Ohsweken, the 68 of Aaron Turkey. Starting in 5th from Lewiston, New York, the 81 is Derek Jonathan. And going from 6th out of Cheektowaga, New York, car number 94 is Todd Hoddick. Starting in 7th at Brantford, in car number 10 is Downtown, Mitch Brown. And to his outside from Dunville, in car number 91, it's Ryan Turner. Pulling off 9th out of Brantford, the Little Bend 110 will be Jake Brown. And going from the 10th spot from Grimsby, car number 90, Travis Cunningham. And again, Tommy, no one here that you wouldn't be completely shocked if they won a qualifying heat.
Yeah, almost everyone in this race has won a feature here before, except for Tyler Rand hasn't, but Owen Burbridge hasn't, but a lot of these other drivers have.
Here we go. Back to the green flag. It's qualifying heat number 2 for the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack Merchandising Sprint Cars. Liam Martin grabs the early lead. Here comes the Ohsweken Flyer past teammate Aaron Turkey.
Steyer's in the 0 car on the move here. Has really committed to not just running the top side this year. I've seen him do a lot of things down in the middle and the bottom groove. Of course, as I say that, he goes up to the top and tries to run down Martin.
So it's Martin, Steyer's, and the Turner machine make that brown machine. As Turner charging up, sorry, that's Aaron Turkey. The sunlight here in the tower is horrible as Ryan Turner works to the inside of Aaron Turkey for the 3rd spot. Mitch Brown is behind them.
So opening night winner Turner up to 3rd now, but here comes Turkey back to the outside, trying to take that 3rd spot away.
Liam Martin stretching the advantage. Glenn Steyer's goes way up top, trying to find some bite in that 0 machine as they come by the flag stand. 4 laps on the scoreboard.
So just as quick as Turkey was challenging for 3rd, now he's going to go back to 5th as Mitch Brown takes the 4th spot away. Brown to the bottom side. Turkey going to try to fight back as Turner also running the bottom. Up front, it's all Liam Martin right now.
Martin hooked up and gone in that Steve Lyons own car number 9. He is the leader over Glenn Steyer's. Here comes the 91 Ryan Turner digging on the bottom, trying to catch the Ohsweken Flyer for that 2nd spot. 2 laps left to go for the driver at Binbrook.
This track just in perfect shape so far. Lots of different grooves working depending on where these drivers want to go and what they set up for. Turner running the middle side out of corner 2, and he'll take away the spot from Steyer's.
Did Glenn catch the wall there? Looked like he might have, or come awful close as he had a rough go out of corner number 2. Gives Ryan Turner the 2nd spot. Meanwhile, Liam Martin had to let up, catching lap traffic.
Yeah, Martin way out in front of this one. He's going to come out of corner 4 and fight past that traffic to take the win. 2nd still up for grabs here. Turner has the spot. Steyer's will finish 3rd. Turner gets 2nd. Steyer's 3rd. Then Brown, Turkey, Jake Brown, Travis Cunningham, Todd Hoddick, Derek Jonathan, and John Burbridge Jr.
So the Nitro 54 variety, Creative Edge Signs and Graphics, car number 9 and a Binbrook. Liam Martin picks up the race win over Ryan Turner, Glenn Steyer's, Mitch Brown, Aaron Turkey, Jake Brown 6th, Travis Cunningham 7th, Todd Hoddick 8th, Derek Jonathan 9th, and John Burbridge Jr. 10th, with one more qualifying heat to come for the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack Merchandising Sprint Cars.
There's some good action in that heat race.
Yeah, very good, and just a sign of what we're going to see tonight, I think, in the A-main. We talked at the top of the night before we went on the air on G-Force that there really hasn't been established yet that one driver like our Dylan Westbrook's been over the last number of years. It's up for grabs for everyone right now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to predict, but I would say the way things are shaping up, it's going to be like that all year. Nobody has really shown yet that they're clearly head and shoulders above, and I think everybody's going to continue to learn as we get back here after 2 years away. So I don't think we're going to see anyone run away with it for at least a few weeks.
So 3rd qualifying heat now being directed out onto the speedway, going from the pole from Niagara Falls in the 70. It's Bailey Hurd. To his outside, last week's runner-up out of Hamilton, the 01K, Mikey Krutchka. Starting in 3rd from Dorchester in car number 1 will be Holly Porter, and rolling off 4th out of Mississauga in the 17X, the highlight man, Mac DeMann. Going from 5th, that's where we find the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopin, and he's from Fenwick in the 14H. And to his outside, in the 84 from Picton, Ontario, in the 6th starting spot is Tyler Rand. Going from 7th out of Tilsonburg, the current point leader, last week's winner in car number 13, Corey Turner. And going from 8th out of Picton, the 11J, Chris Jones. And going from 9th out of Brampton, the 70MM is Dave McKnight Jr. White flag out. Next time by, we'll get on at the final qualifying heat of the night for the 360 Sprint Cars, brought to you by Cool Kids Ice and Water and Core Pack Merchandising.
Again, lots of drivers to keep your eye on in this one. Last week's feature winner, Corey Turner, starting there in the 13 car, nearly at the back of the field. Krutchka in the 01K gained a lot of confidence after last Friday's second place finish. And then, of course, Mac DeMann this is his kind of track right now. And here we go underway. Hurd with the early lead. Here comes Crutchford trying to sweep around the outside on Porter.
Good battle for that second spot. Mikey Crutchka looked so good 1 week ago in that 0-1K. He touches wheels with Holly Porter and will slide it to the infield. And has some nose damage on that instant insulation 0-1K. You see the Tammy 10 media is pointed a little cockeyed there. Oh, good thing Adam isn't here when I said that.
That could have been way worse than it was. That contact on the front stretch like it was.
I thought you meant my comment.
Well, maybe both, but that we've seen massive wrecks happen when that kind of a situation happens on the front stretch in the past.
Let's have a look at the replay here as they come off of 4. The rear end kind of came a little bit too far around for Mikey and down into Holly.
Yeah, if they had hooked wheels there a little bit more, they were going to be both upside down. So, much better outcome here. Crutchka should be able to get that one fixed.
Good job by both drivers. Holly already had on opening night that same situation where she tumbled down the front stretch. She wasn't as lucky that night. Clinton Jeffries down there with talking to Mikey as he unbuckles and gets the helmet off.
Mikey, crappy return after a good run last night. What happened here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was just kind of trying to roll the top on her, but I guess she just wanted the whole racetrack. So it is what it is. We're done for tonight. I got no spares, and whatever, man. Whatever. It's all good.
A disappointed Mikey Crutchka, as you can understand. They'll put it in the box and maybe try again some other time.
If you watch it, you can see what he's talking about as well, because the rear end does kick out a little on Holly's as well, and that's where the contact was made. Kind of two cars in the same spot, and that's how it's going to end.
Yeah, we've seen a few cars tonight. Well, in general, that's a spot where it can get a little bit loose on them coming out of corner 4, and we've seen that kind of situation happen quite a bit over the years. Track much tackier than it has been over the last since last week. Much faster and tackier so far, but still a few slick spots out there. So if you're in the stands and you have your phone, you can get out your phone and tune into GeForce TV on YouTube or on Facebook and watch replays on there as well.
Back into the green flag. Bailey Hurd out in front. And it's a hornet's nest behind him. Here comes Holly Porter separating herself from McDeman and Jim Hoopanen. Got some smoke showing behind the 84 of Tyler Rand.
Hoopanen and Demand were side by side out of corner 4. Hoopanen, though, is shot out of a cannon, takes second away from Porter, who tries to fight back in corner 2.
Off the corner they work Bailey Hurd. Trying to stretch his advantage now over Jim Hoopanen. Holly Porter in third, McDeman fourth, the point leader right now. Corey Turner riding in the 5th spot. And it's a smoke show at the back as the two Picton drivers back there, Chris Jones and Tyler Rand. Tyler's in the thick of it and really laying out the smoke in the 84.
Yeah, no fluid that I can see so far, but definitely a lot of smoke. As now look at Corey Turner has taken away the 3rd spot from Demand. So Turner from the back of the field up to 3rd now and looking for more. Make that 4th for Turner.
Bailey Hurd sails it through corner number 3, the young driver of Niagara Falls in the Signal 88 Security. Number 70 machine leads at lap number 6, 2 laps left to go.
Now Turner takes 3rd away from Porter and tries to go after Hoopanen, but a long track ahead of him to try to catch him with only 2 laps to go.
White flag is out for Bailey Hurd. Jim Hoopanen in the 2nd spot. Corey Turner has worked his way up to 3rd. Will come through 3 and 4 for the final time.
This is going to feel really good for Bailey Hurd. A good run for the young driver, gets the heat race win. 2nd will be Hoopanen. 3rd is Turner. 4th at the line will be Porter, who fights back on Demand. Demand will take 5th, followed by Rand, Jones, McKnight, and Crutchka. So whatever's going on with Rand's car doesn't appear to be terminal because he's still out there running under power, but smoked through that whole heat race.
So that concludes qualifying for the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack merchandising sprint cars. See them with their B-main a little bit later on, and then their A-main as we watch some replays there of Tyler Rand laying down some smoke. Up next, I think it's the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks, and Tommy, I believe you've got the lineups there. Did I just hear DQ and the Thunders?
Yeah, so we have a new two B-mains tonight for the Thunders, so those are the new lineups there. Get rid of my old ones.
Looks like it's going to be Mike Thorne, who's to the tail in the second B-main.
So heat race number 1 for the 25 HRW Automotive Mini Stocks signed in tonight. 9 cars in the first one. Starting on the pole, the number 69 of Rob Twitchett out of Dundas. Starting second from Caledonia, the number 11, the Pinball, Mike Iverson. Starting third, the number 4 from Waterford, that's Wade Thorne. And starting fourth from Hagersville, the number 26 of Tim Newell. Starting fifth, the ageless one, Mike Evers in the 265 from Caledonia. Starting sixth in the 188 from Ohsweken, that's Paul Longboat. Starting seventh in the 54 from Stratford is Chris French. Starting eighth from Paris, Ontario, the number 79 is Steve Miller. And starting ninth from Brantford, the 1A is Ashton Dickey. Here we go, heat race number 1 for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. 6 laps the distance. Twitchett in the early lead here.
And he has had nothing but problems under the hood of that number 69 machine. He's got the Cal Tire car out in front, though. He leads him into corner 3. Here comes Mike Evers on the inside.
So Evers was up here earlier tonight. He had a bone to pick with Adam, but then he found out Adam's in Newfoundland. So,
well, guys, Adam was talking about how these old cars of Evers and Miller are just too old to get wins, and Mike said, I'm going to prove him wrong. Mike talked to me in the pit, said he was having what he thought was ignition problems, found out he had a bad piece of rubber hose in the fuel tank. They fixed it, and he says, my car's going to run good tonight, and there it is, guys, the 265 challenging for the lead.
And they've got Wade Thorne between themselves there. Twitchett on the outside, Evers on the bottom. Give Wade Thorne the lead. Evers now still side by side with Twitchett.
So it's the 4 of Thorne out front right now. Then Evers and Twitchett side by side for the second spot. Again, we mentioned earlier, handicapping in effect for the mini stocks starting tonight. So some of these drivers, the ones who haven't had such great luck over the last few weeks, they're in heat 1. Here comes Evers now back to the inside on Thorne.
He's not going away in that 265. He's got something to prove here tonight, challenging for the lead as they come down. It'll be 2 laps to go this time by.
Yep, 4 laps in and 2 to go. Usually 6 laps the distance on the mini stock heat races. We'll see what the flagman does here in a minute, because I thought we were going to see the double sticks in the air, as now Evers has fallen back a bit from that battle with Thorne. Twitchett still third, and then it's French in the 4th spot.
One more trip around. Thorne, Evers, Twitchett, French, Newell right now the top 5. Here comes Evers with one more charge through corner number 2. He had a run, but Thorne has it wound up on the outside.
Yeah, when the track's like this, it's hard to get to the inside in a mini stock. They tend to bog down a little bit. It's better to get up on that top side, keep the momentum up like Thorne was doing, and he will use that to take the win. Second will be Evers, third will be Twitchett, 4th is French. 5th to Newell, 6th to Longboat, then Miller, Dickey, and Giverson round out the field. Giverson still in his older Mustang mini stock. I believe that build is still underway with the high school students of Trevor Young. So
the first night he had a different car.
Oh, okay, so maybe that was.
But the last 2 weeks he's had this machine out.
We'll see if we can get an update on that. I know Trevor Young's high school students were working on a project car for Giverson over the last couple of years. So heat race number 2 for the HRW Auto Mini Stocks looks like this. Starting on the pole from Linden, the 11E is Jeff Elsliger. Starting second, the 51 from Smithville, Eric York. Starting third, the 21H from New Hamburg, that's Ryan Hiller. And starting fourth from Ancaster, number 16, Fabio Oliveri. Starting fifth from Smithville, the 6X is Mike Sarantakis. Starting sixth from York, the number 9 is Tim DeBoer. Starting seventh from Hamilton, the 81D of Crystal Souls. And starting 8th from Waterdown, the 0-1 is Tristan De Silva. So again, 6 laps the distance for HRW Automotive Mini Stock Heat Race number 2, green flag in the air.
Underway, Ohsweken and York door to door down at corner number 1. Both drivers having a good solid start to this year. Here comes Ryan Hiller. He was the Rookie of the Year back in 2019. Which is hard to say and then think, oh yeah, he's the defending Rookie of the Year here in 2022 after the 2-year layoff.
So lap 1 in the books now. Ohsweken will lead them through. York in second, Hiller third. Oliveri, though, right there on the tail end of the Hiller 21H.
Fabio Oliveri works to the inside of Hiller, looking for the 3rd position as they roll into corner number 3. Meanwhile, Eric York trying to catch Jeff Ohsweken. Here comes Tim DeBoer working on the 4th spot back there with Fabio Oliveri.
It was a little bit of an unusual mini stock race for a minute with them all strung out single file, but now DeBoer gets to the inside on Oliveri, but as I say that, he falls back down the back stretch, so they again string out single file. Not something we're used to seeing in the mini stocks.
No, Fabio down to the inside of Hiller, but has to tuck back in line. We've been talking, Tommy, we're guessing. Do you think that's a Ron Bouchard paint scheme on the DeBoer car?
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that. I thought Bob McCready, but it could be either one almost. Oh, almost some contact there as the drivers come up on the slower car of Sewell's, and that allows York to take the lead in the 51 car. So Ohsweken back to second, Hiller third, Oliveri fourth, but now they start to get close together down out of corner 2.
Yeah, things heating up right now for that 3rd position. York and Ohsweken out in front. White flag this time by for the leader. Now Fabio's charging on the top 3, right behind Hiller.
So white flag in the air. York has taken off a little bit. Here comes Oliveri for 3rd on Hiller down the back stretch.
York sends it through corner number 3. Ohsweken in second, side by side for 3rd. Hiller to the outside of Fabio Oliveri. Checkers out at the line. Looked like Fabio, but Hiller comes out on top on the pylon by the transponder.
The transponder loop is close to the flag stand, but I don't know if it's exactly at the flag stand. And sometimes when you're looking at it from a certain angle, it can deceive you as well. So Hiller gets that spot. Heat race number 3 for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks heads out onto the track again. 6 laps the distance. Starting on the pole from Port Colborne, the 14L, is John Lubeck. Starting second, the defending mini stock champion, number 23 from Hagersville, that's Dusty DeBoer. Starting third from Guelph, the number 1 is Jason Tolton. Starting fourth from Brantford, number 64, that's Nick Erskine. Inside row number 3, starting fifth from Hagersville, the number 10X is Jeremy May. And starting 6th from Hamilton, the number 2 is Matt Newell. Starting 7th, he's undefeated so far here at Ohsweken in 2022. That is the 96 from Thorold of Tyler LaFantasy. And starting 8th, the number 222 is Nick Massey.
Adam Ross just checked in. The racing is good tonight. The announcing is off the charts. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Bubba. We miss you.
He must not have heard you earlier. Underway we are here in heat number 3, third and final for the mini stocks tonight. And Dusty DeBoer quickly up into the lead, but Nick Erskine currently second in points in that 64 car, trying to take that second spot away and go after DeBoer.
Yeah, that's been a fantastic story this year to see Nick Erskine up there, second in points, racing with the leaders every night, and has really caught on here in 2022. Great battle behind him right now. It's Lubeck back there leading the pack in third, but Jason Tolton working on the outside of LaFantasy.
This is our fast car heat, and they're showing why right now. Some quick lap times for the mini stocks here. LaFantasy from the tail up into the top 4 now, but it's going to get tougher for him to try to catch these top 3.
DeBoer has the lead. Erskine tucks back in line as we do split screen on G-Force to see the top 2 and then the battle for third. And there's 5 cars in the thick of it right now for that third spot.
So no B-main here tonight for the mini stocks, but they are fighting for starting positions in the feature. These heat races count towards the handicapping as well, so they are working hard on it here. And Erskine now up into the top, or rather the bottom side, trying to get around the 23 of DeBoer. Can't do it that time as Dusty has it wound up on the top.
2 laps left to go for Dusty DeBoer, Nick Erskine, Tyler LaFantasy, the top 3. Lubeck back there in the 4th spot. Tolton's settled into 5th with Newell right behind him. White flag this time by for Dusty DeBoer.
So DeBoer, that's got to be the Superflow paint scheme from
we've
Days
pretty
of
much
Thunder,
settled on that
Okay.
one, I think.
All right,
yeah.
so we got that one. DeBoer going to have to fight off Erskine here, and LaFantasy not far away either. This one's not over yet.
Here they go into corner number 3. LaFantasy wants in on it as well as they go down through 3 and 4. Erskine rolling the bottom. DeBoer on the outside at the line. DeBoer's going to hold off Erskine over LaFantasy, Tolton, and Lubeck. Then it's Newell and Massey will complete the finishing order here in the final qualifying heat of the night for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. Up next, the Strickland GMC Brantford Crate Sprint Car Division. Our final sets of heats before we get into our last chance qualifiers.
Got a lot of paper going on here.
Yeah, I was going to say, everyone's listening to us shuffling frantically.
They brought us a new Thunderstock B feature lineup because somebody got DQ'd. I believe you said it was Thorne.
I think it's Mike Thorne.
So that has added a few more sheets of paper to our pile here. So Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprints.
Just to clarify, guys, I believe it was the 65, not the 55, and that's where the confusion came. So don't want to slander Mike. I believe it was the 6.5, not the 5.5.
I was going to say, Mike's had enough bad luck this year.
Yeah.
So the Crate Sprints on the track now, 32 of them strong tonight. And Heat Race 1 lineup looks like this, starting on the pole. From Font Hill in the 08, that's Stephen Beckett. Starting second, the 52 from Brockville. In Ryan Hunsinger's car, that is Matt Billings. Starting third from Rockwood, Ontario, the 94 is Ryan Fraser. Starting fourth from Thamesford, the number 7, Eric Gledhill. Starting fifth from Freelton, he's undefeated here at Ohsweken in 2022. That is Darren Dryden in the 12 Double D. And starting sixth from Ohsweken, the 77T, is Tyler Powless. Starting 7th from Thamesford, the number 14 is Larry Gledhill. Starting 8th from Waterloo, the 19D, that's Alan Downey. Starting 9th from Ohsweken, the 9C is Brian Nanakoke. Starting 10th from Woodstock, the 29W, Tyler Ward. And starting 11th, the 420 from Ohsweken, that's Victor Bomberry. So Billings, his first night here this year in the 52 car. And as we mentioned, the 12 Double D, the one to keep your eye on, undefeated in A-main action so far here in 2022 at Ohsweken.
I'm disappointed we're not going to get to see Darren's car at full sunlight because during hot laps, the glow off the backstretch wall looked really super cool, all the different colors off that 12D. He does a nice job wrapping that machine.
Yeah, he does. That's his business. He wraps cars and other things for a living, so he's got to make his own car look extra good to advertise as we're underway here with Gledhill trying to take the lead away from Matt Billings.
Billings will lead lap number 1 over Eric Gledhill. Gledhill comes into the night, second place in points. Behind the guy, right behind him, Darren Dryden in that 12DD. They're the top 3 right now. And here comes Tyler Powless in that 77T, having a good strong run so far in the first couple of laps.
Powless, a teammate to Jacob Dykstra in the 360 class, and you're right, he's having a good run in 4th so far. Alan Downey, one of the top runners in the Crate Sprint division, not having a good run so far as he loses the 5th spot to Beckett. Now here comes Downey again, takes that spot back.
So right now it is Billings, Gledhill, Dryden, Powless, and Beckett the top 5 as he gets back by Alan Downey. Great battle right now, halfway through this one, 4 laps on the board. Downey to the outside of Beckett, he'll take the spot back.
That's at least 3 or 4 different kinds of passes we've seen for that battle so far. They're racing hard for that position as Larry Gledhill, the 14 car, has a broken shock on that machine, takes it to the infield.
Yeah, the right rear sitting heavy right now on the Oakwood Transport number 14. And the caution flag will come out. Gledhill resting down there to the inside of corner number 1, or the entry of. And you see the frustration, Larry shaking his head down there in the Oakwood Transport number 14 machine.
Not sure if there was contact or maybe contact with the wall there. The tire doesn't look like it has any white wall on it from the tire, so, or from the wall I should say, so something else amiss on the rear end of that 14 car. You can see the right rear basically collapsed onto the ground.
Yeah, Tommy, so watch your back, Jack, as the torsion comes in. Right here, the torsion stop arm has broken off. This is supposed to be connected on here. That holds up the suspension through the torsion arm here. There it is. The broken torsion arm is the cause for the Gledhill machine problem, guys. Should be a quick, easy fix for the bar team. Just going to put them way back in the B-main tonight.
Well, now as we look at it on the monitor, it looks like maybe there are some scuff marks on that right rear, as we can look at it a little closer thanks to our awesome camera work here.
Well, yeah, it is I don't know if it's just dirty, but yeah, that's definitely some white concrete on there, I would say, guys, and that would be the way you could easily break that. Larry, did you get the wall? Yeah, he says, yeah, I got the backstretch wall, guys, so good call.
Well, the Gananoque Chevrolet's number 52, and Matt Billings at the top of the pile right now in this qualifier. Longtime dirt modified runner. Has had success since moving over here to the crate sprint car division for Ryan Hunsinger.
He also drove for Mike Stelter in the 360s and came down here a few times to run in the Nationals and some other events. So Billings, no stranger to sprint cars, but definitely has found a home with Hunsinger there in that 52 machine. They run really well down in the east end of the province.
See, that's why we have you here, Tommy. I knew he'd been here, but for the life of me, I couldn't remember why or how, and I'm thinking, was it in the modifieds? What was it? But yeah, he drove the Stelter 36. If I'm not mistaken, the 1 year of the Nationals, didn't we have a Patriot Sprint Tour A-main makeup at the start of the night? And he was in that, I think.
Yeah, I think
you're
right.
On the front row, and I don't think it ended well for him.
That part I don't remember, but I do remember that Patriot race. I'll have to go back and look that up at some point.
I thought that'd just be in your memory bank somewhere,
No.
and you just type something in your mind, and
I finally forgot something.
we call out your name at least 2 or 3 times a broadcast. Oh, Tommy, we need your help. As we are back under the green flag, there you see the battle for the second spot. 2 laps left to go. Matt Billings leads, and the battle is on between Gledhill and that 12 DD of Darren Dryden, and then it's Alan Downey and Tyler Powless now going back and forth.
So Dryden going to try to pick up another spot here, but he's running out of time. Meanwhile, close racing there between Downey and Powless as Downey sweeps around the outside for 4th.
Down the back stretch goes Matt Billings, and the Gananoque Chevrolet's number 52 works it to the checkered flag. He'll pick up the heat race win over Eric Gledhill, Darren Dryden, and it's Alan Downey and Tyler Powless, Ryan Fraser, Stephen Beckett, Brian Nanico, Tyler Ward, and Victor Bomberry. So there's your winner out of Brockville, Ontario, in car number 52. Matt Billings. And I was impressed by Tyler Powless there. Had a good, strong battle with some very good cars, really getting his feet wet this year here at the Big O. Ran some over the last couple of years, but doing well here early on in the season, that 77T.
If I'm not mistaken, that's another micro sprint competitor that's moved up into the full-size cars.
Yep.
There's a whole bunch of them in the crate division, actually. So heat race number 2 rolls onto the track for the Strickland's crate sprint cars. Starting on the pole from St. Thomas, the number 4, that's Jesse Costa. Starting second from Georgetown, the 2M, is Steve Murdoch. Starting third from Ohsweken, the 99, is Josh Hill. And starting 4th from Rockwood, the 74, Rob Neely. Starting 5th from Brantford, the 49L is Lucas Smith. And starting 6th from Ohsweken, the 77E is Ashton Van Every. Starting 7th from Wainfleet, the BS39, that's Brett Stratford. Starting 8th from Six Nations, the number 20, Johnny Miller. Starting 9th, also from Six Nations, the MK8 is Matthew Hill. And starting 10th from Ancaster, the 51 of Trevor Young. Starting 11th, also from Ancaster, the 16X, that's Keegan Baker. So 11 cars, 8 laps the distance on heat race number 2 for the Strickland's Crate Sprint Cars.
Coming to the green flag. Costa, Murdoch, row number 1. Green is out, and we're on it down into corner number 1. Costa streaks away from Murdoch, running that inside line. And a stack up back there from third on back.
Yeah, that was a close call back there in corner 1 to get it all underway here. As Stratford on the move in the BS39. Now he gets it sideways out of corner 4 and gives up the spot to Smith.
Something wrong in the Iceman. Johnny Miller's number 20 didn't come to life on the backstretch. Seems to be getting power and losing power. So Johnny Miller heads to the pit area.
Tough break for Miller in the 20 car. We stay green though, as Costa has opened up a big gap over Murdoch, who in turn has a pretty good gap over Hill, but now Hill and Smith will try to run down the top 2.
Way out front, Jesse Costa in that Oakwood Transport, Bar Motorsports number 4, leads the way for Georgetown, Ontario. Steve Murdoch in the 2M machine. And that's Lucas Smith in third as we come to the cross flags here in heat race number 2.
Lucas Smith not afraid to try to fill a gap. He loves to try to get up in there and almost unnerve some of these other drivers, I think, as he gets now to the inside of Murdoch. Now Hill goes for a bit of a slide and gives up some space to Stratford.
Costa at the line, completes lap number 5. Here comes Murdoch to the outside of Smith. Close call there.
Smith to the inside again, tries to take that spot as Murdoch gets up out of the groove, so Smith will take that spot away. But a long way to go to try to catch Jesse Costa with only 2 laps left.
Battle for second continues to be a good one. Lucas Smith has the spot. Murdoch trying to gather it back up behind them for 4th. Stratford and Josh Hill going at it. Stratford has the position with a white flag out for leader Jesse Costa.
Stratford's car hasn't been handling all that well out of corner 4. He does a little bit better that time, but still sideways. But he's fast enough to get up into the top 4 now.
Here comes Jesse Costa through 3 and off of corner 4 for the final time. He'll pick up the win in heat race number 2. Behind him at the line, Lucas Smith will finish second, a good distance over Steve Murdoch. That battle settled itself. Brett Stratford will be in the 4th spot, and then 5th will be Joshua Hill. 6th will go to Rob Neely. 7th, Matt Hill. 8th, Ashton Van Every. 9th, Trevor Young. 10th, Keegan Baker, and Johnny Miller had to leave the racing surface early in this one.
So some good hard racing there in the second of our 3 crate sprint car heat races. Again, 32 of them tonight.
Dylan Strong, we need you to go to the front gate. You've lost something. Dylan Strong, down to the front gate, please.
So here comes heat race number 3 for the Strickland's Crate Sprint Cars onto the track. Starting on the pole, the 88 from Brantford, that is Lance Erskine. Outside row number 1 from Thamesford, the number 45, that's Curtis Gartley. Starting 3rd from Ancaster, the 26X is Terry Baker, and starting 4th from Port Colborne, the 16R is Seth Roy. Starting 5th from St. Catharines, the 71 is Mike Bowman, and starting 6th from Kitchener, the number 2 is Travis Hofstetter. Starting 7th from Ohsweken, the 28 is Jordan Hill, and starting 8th from Mossley, the 3S of Austin Rose. Starting 9th, that's the number 48 from Dorchester, Andrew Marshall. And starting 10th from Listowel, Ontario, the number 97 of Sheldon Bender.
We'll fail to get the white flag this time around. Final qualifier of the night. Final heat race of the night for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. Up next after this, we'll head to B-mains, intermission, and then one more B-main before we head to feature time.
You'll tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember seeing Sheldon Bender before in a sprint car.
Nope.
Nice looking car, so we'll see what he can do from the back of the pack.
Here we go. Set to go, third and final qualifying heat for the crate sprints. Green is out, and Lance Erskine edges ahead of Curtis Gartley down into corner number 1.
Wow, almost 4 wide there out of corner 2. Bowman is very quick in the 71, takes that second spot away. Then it's Gartley and the 16R of Roy back there. Oh, Erskine with a big slide gives up the lead to Bowman now.
No surprise, Mike Bowman is quick. Out in front in his own crate sprint car right now. Seaway Power Fluid, number 71, leads the way over Erskine, Gartley. Then it's Roy and Rose, the top 5.
Boy, something is amiss on the 88 of Erskine. Every time he jumps on the gas, that car jumps way sideways. A little bit better out of corner 4 that time as Roy slides up the track. Bowman is checking out here from that battle for the second spot between Gartley and Erskine.
Mike Bowman is on rails right now, halfway home in this one, and the 71 is set sail over Curtis Gartley. The lead right now over 3 seconds.
So Bowman, lots of laps here in a modified and sportsman back in the day, but his first sprint car laps here in race conditions right now in the 71 car. Bowman puts a lap on Bender now. Gartley clear of Erskine for second. Erskine third. Then it's Roy and Rose in the top 5. Field gets strung out here with 2 laps to go.
Bowman works it down the back stretch with a good lead right now over Curtis Gartley. Straightaway advantage. He'll take the white flag this time off of corner number 4.
So Bowman way out front of this one. Second is still Gartley. Third is Erskine. Roy trying to work on Erskine for that third spot, and will take it away down in corner 2. So move Roy up to third on the last lap. Bowman gets the win. Gartley going to come out of the bottom side of corner 4 and take the second spot. Then Roy third. Erskine fourth. Hill will take fifth. Then Rose, Hofstetter, and Baker.
Mike Bowman's taking the night off of Ransomville to come over here and run with his new crate sprint program. He ran 1 or 2 nights already in it. But boy, guys, he looks good. That extra wing helping on top. Those modifieds are tough to put down as it is, but I think Mike Bowman's going to have a package here these guys may have to battle with his experience. And I'll remind you guys, he won his first ever sportsman race when he rented the car. So quite a history there with Mike.
So the first of 2 Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock B-mains heading out onto the track, and we'll have Clinton jump in here with me as Greg's going to take a little break here. 8 laps the distance for each of these 2 B-mains, and starting on the pole in this one from Hagersville, the number 93 is Melissa Miller. Starting second from West Lorne, the 65 is Scott Dunn. Starting third from Hagersville, the 93K of Mike Klazinga. And starting fourth from Hamilton, the 25 is Ken Sargent. Starting fifth from in the number 135 car, that's Brian General. And starting sixth from Ohsweken, the 38 is Frank Turkey. Starting seventh from Hamilton, the 07 is Scott McPhail. Starting eighth from St. Catharines, the 601 of Jeff Larmont. Starting ninth from Hagersville, the 3 is Devin Bacher. And starting 10th from Trenton, the number 18 of Kyle Anderson. Here we go, 8 laps the distance, 4 to transfer out of B-main number 1.
Go Fast Tipo will get the lead down through turns 1 and 2. Klazinga on the backside. They work to the top side, and here they come down into 3.
So Tipo with the early lead here. Klazinga, who we didn't expect to see in the B-main, but here he is running second right now as Huffman gets to his outside trying to take that second spot away. Meanwhile, it's a hornet's nest for that final transfer spot.
Yeah, McPhail working on the inside in the 07. You got Sargent. Those splits the 93 of Klazinga, who comes up lame down the back straightaway. Tough break for Mike Klazinga. Fuel pickup issue or something on the 93. It's still rolling, but not rolling well.
We'll see if he can recover here. Still has some time to try to get back underway, but not looking good for Klazinga to start the 50-lapper later on. Teeple still up front in the 11 car, looking good on the top side. Here comes McPhail to take away second from Huffman.
Scott McPhail with a lot of laps here over the years in the Thunderstock cars. Works his way off. Number 2 gets into second now. Huffman back to third. Larment rolling in the 4th spot in the 601, and General just on the outside.
Yeah, General trying to catch back up to the 601 of Larment here. But Larment looks quick as he draws in the back end of the 13 of Huffman. Teeple still up front, but that 07 of McPhail has cut into the lead just a little bit now.
Ken Sargent with probs in the 25. He will fade out of a qualified spot. Was pouncing earlier, not going to get it done. Teeple leads to the halfway point. He'll come around with 3 laps to go.
So that's another driver who's normally up in the fighting for top 5 spots in Sargent, who is having trouble here tonight. So a couple of the heavy hitters not going to make it to the feature right now as Teeple continues to lead. Again, though, McPhail is starting to catch him. Larment now takes the 3rd spot away from Huffman.
Larment up in that spot, the 601. Huffman tries to battle back on the outside as General tries to hang tight with them. McPhail way up over the berm with 2 to go for your leader. Go fast, Teeple.
Side by side for that spot between Larment and Huffman. Meanwhile, General's right there, but now he spins it out in corner 2. So General, who worked so hard to try to get a transfer spot, is going to lose all that position.
White flag out last time around. One more circuit to go for Go Fast Teeple. McPhail holding on to second. Larment third. Huffman has 4th. And this one will quickly come to a close. We've got a second one coming up next with 4 more cars going to get joined into the 50-lapper. And Go Fast Teeple will get it done, Tommy.
Teeple gets the win. Second will be McPhail. Third, narrowly at the line, it's going to be Larment. Then the 13 of Huffman. He'll take the final transfer. And then we'll have Kyle Anderson falling just short. The long trip not paying off for him, unfortunately. Sargent, General, Bacher, Googe, and Klazinga are going to put it on the trailer as well. B-main number 2 coming onto the track for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks as we look for 4 more drivers to punch their ticket into our 50-lap Gales Clash Blast event later on tonight. Starting on the pole from Jerseyville, the 53, that's Logan Schwedick. Starting second from Guelph, the 79 is Chris Hale. Starting third from Simcoe, the 88 is Aiden Nye. Starting 4th, we saw him in the first of the B-mains, so it won't be Casey Huffman. Dave Small out there in the from Port Colborne in the 0 car. Kyle Andrus in the 43 from Hamilton. Al King in the 48. Trevor Want from Niagara Falls in the 19T. And Mike Thorne in the 55 out there as well from Caledonia.
Trevor Want not making the call. He has decided to pack it up and go home. We got 7 cars for 4 more spots to try and go after Gale Hills. $2,000 tonight, and we're on it. Hale with a shot at it here in the 79, but he's got a long way to go, Tommy.
Yeah, Hale, not another driver we didn't expect to see in the B-main. We didn't really expect to see Schwedick out there either. But here they are trying to fight their qualifying spots to get into this one. Thorne, we didn't see make the call either, so several drivers who we expect to see in the top 10 later on not making it into the A-main so far.
Chris Hale, Logan Schwedick are the top 2. Dave Small runs position number 3 as they try and fight their way to the front. And then we've got a 3-car battle for the transfer spot, Tommy, as they work their way off turn number 4.
Miller just slid up the track a bit and got into that 65 car of Dunn. No harm done, though, as they keep going straight and narrow here. And the 38 of Turkey will take over that 4th and final transfer for now. But they're still very close together there between Miller and Dunn.
Turkey grabs the spot as they put 3 up on the board. 5 laps to go here before we jump into 360. B-main, I think, is next on the card, and they work their way into 3. It's still Christopher Hale leading Schwedick, Small, and Turkey.
Good race for that second spot there between Small and Schwedick as they go at it for that spot. Meanwhile, Turkey has pulled away a little bit in that fourth and final transfer spot. As we're halfway in this one, 4 laps in and 4 to go. Miller now in the 93 gets clear of Dunn for the moment and tries to go after that final transfer.
Yeah, gonna have to reel up to the back door of Frank Turkey Jr., but Frank can pull away a little bit to about 5, 6, 7 car length lead as they get off to turn number 1. The leader, Hale, will come off turn number 4 with 2 laps to go for car number 79.
Hale so far kind of taking it easy in this one, I think, as he hasn't really seen or heard anybody since the start of this one. Schwedek starting to gain just a little bit, but these drivers are safely locked into the field if they stay where they are, so I don't imagine they're going to push it too hard.
Hale will bring it down the back straightaway one final time out through 3 and 4. White flag in there. He's got one more whole circuit to go, but he's not worried. Neither is Schwedek or Small. Turkey seems to have the final spot in hand unless he's able to give it away.
Well, Dunn and Miller got tangled up there out of corner 4, so they lose some ground there to Turkey. Meanwhile, Hale goes into corner 3 and 4 for the final time, and he will come out of it with the B-main win here. So Hale will start the 50-lapper along with Schwedek, Small, and Turkey will come out and take the final transfer spot.
So the field is set for our 50-lapper. Tonight for the Thunderstocks, it's the Gales Cash Blast 52 grand, the winner's share tonight. Want to send a big welcome out to Gale Hill and his crew here up in the VIP booth. Gale, we appreciate you. We're so happy you're back here watching the race with us tonight. And the drivers, well, they appreciate your help and all the fat cash you give up. And Gale loves these 50-lappers, loves the Thunderstocks, and we love you, Gale. We appreciate everything you do for us, sir. B-main getting ready to come out for the 360 sprints. And we'll need B-mains in 3 classes tonight. I think the mini stock is the only one we won't.
So the 360 sprint car B-main rolling onto the track, 12 laps the distance for this one. Top 6 will transfer, 11 cars scheduled to start. On the pole from St. Catharines, the 46 is Kevin Pauls. Outside row 1 from Picton, the 11J of Chris Jones. Inside row number 2 from Grimsby, the number 90, that's Travis Cunningham, and it's starting 4th from Port Colborne, the number 5D is Jacob Dykstra. Starting 5th from Brampton, the 70 double M, that is Dave McKnight, and starting 6th from Ohsweken, the number 15, Dan Nanico. Starting 7th from Cheektowaga, New York, the number 94, that's Todd Hoddick, and starting 8th from Lewiston, New York, the 81 of Derek Jonathan. Starting 9th from St. Williams, the number 21, that's John Burbridge Jr., scheduled to start 10th, the 01 of Mikey Krutchka from Hamilton, and starting 11th from Grand Prairie, Alberta, the number 24, that's Ben Siliker. So 11 cars scheduled to go, 12 laps the distance. Again, top 6 will transfer to make our 24-car starting field for the A-main later on. So far, only 7 cars have made the call. I see another one rolling on the warm-up track out in corner 4, though.
Thanks for covering, Tommy.
Feel better now?
I feel so much better. I was waiting to get called out because we had an episode with Adam having to use the facilities on opening night, and it's the longest walk to any washroom at any track in Ontario to get to the washroom. And the worst part is then coming back up the stairs and then having to turn the mic on and talk. So we're back. We're ready to go.
It's not like Brighton where the bathroom.
No, it's right behind you
yeah.
In Merrittville and Humberstone, and not complaining.
In fact, they moved it even further because now that nice new building down there, it's further from us than the old one was. So Krutchka so far not making the call. He said he wasn't going to be able to get going because he didn't have any spares. So tough break for Krutchka, who finished second last week in the A-main. We do see Jonathan making the call, though.
I got to talk to Mike, and he just said, you know, I'm not out here for points. I'm just out here to try and win races, and I'm not going to win from last in the V tonight. So I'll just put in the box and try again next Friday.
Could see Jacob Dykstra back out there after the hit he took to the legs.
What about Dan Anico? Just heard Doug say 15 did not make the call either, so that's another guy who will not be out here.
So it looks like 9 cars making the call, 6 spots up for grabs here.
Green flag comes up for the B-main. Chris Jones, Kevin Pauls will lead him, and Jones spurts away, and here comes Jacob Dykstra. He will fly up alongside Jones and take the lead in 3.
Yeah, Dykstra was quick in his heat race and wouldn't be in this if he didn't have the mechanical problem. So I expect him to take off here in the 5D, but the track has changed a little bit of a slide in corner 2 there for him.
Here comes Hoddick trying to slice his way through the field as well. And that number 94 machine. As out in front, it's Jacob Dykstra, Chris Jones, Travis Cunningham, the top 3, Derek Jonathan and Todd Hoddick, 4th and 5th.
So Pauls and McKnight going after that final transfer. Now Siliker has his nose wing up in there as well, as McKnight almost caught the corner 2 wall the last time by.
Siliker definitely has that car going a bit better now than it was in the qualifying heat. Has power to the track, turning his first full speed laps here. As we mentioned, he had problems in the hot laps as well in that green and white number 24. He's from out in Alberta. Came down and raced with us one race last year on the road, but first look at Ohsweken, first lap's a good speed, and he's pecking away at it.
Yeah, he's got that final transfer now, as McKnight and Pauls both had a bit of a moment in corner 2 a couple of laps ago. So Siliker up into the final transfer. McKnight trying to recover, but that car is not handling to his liking. He's got the wing pulled as far back as it'll go.
Halfway home in this one, Jacob Dykstra leads the way on lap number 6. Is a good distance back right now to the 2nd spot, Chris Jones. Then it's Travis Cunningham, Todd Hoddick, your top 4, Derek Jonathan 5th. And the last transfer spot is Ben Siliker. Behind him, John Burbridge Jr., Dave McKnight, Kevin Pauls, all trying to get up in past Siliker.
If you watch Dykstra up there, he's been trying all kinds of different lines. He seems to have settled on the top side for now, but he's definitely searching around looking for some different ways to get around this track for later on. Jones holding that 2nd spot strongly over Cunningham, Hoddick, Jonathan, and Siliker in the final transfer right now.
Lap cars right now in front of Jacob Dykstra. He'll work to the outside of Kevin Pauls. This time by the flag stand. 2 laps left to go for Jacob Dykstra, and he used every inch of real estate up to the high side in 2.
Yeah, he's definitely using up as much track as he can. It's deceiving with these new walls, I have to say. They look like they're closer than they maybe are.
Here he goes down into corner number 3, setting sail and coming to the white flag as Jacob Dykstra slicing his way up to the lap traffic here. 2nd place, Chris Jones. Travis Cunningham's going to feel some pressure from Todd Hoddick here in this final lap.
Yeah, Hoddick, a top runner here usually when he comes to Ohsweken. Not used to seeing him in the B-main. Checkered flag out now for Dykstra. He'll get the win in the B-main. 2nd will be Jones. 3rd at the line, it will be Hoddick over Cunningham. So that's a spot he doesn't have to earn later on. Cunningham will start behind him in the B-main or in the A-main. Then it's Jonathan and Siliker in the final transfer. Burbridge, McKnight, and Pauls will load it up for the night.
You know, as impressed as I am, with Jacob Dykstra being able to come back out after taking that hit off the shins, there's the physical side of it and being okay to come back and race. But to me, the real fortitude is the mental side of that, to get back in the car and just go at it full speed. Not even thinking, hey, that hurt, I don't want that to happen again. He just went back at it and got back up on that horse, I guess is the expression.
Yeah. But I don't know if I could have done that. That definitely takes a certain mentality to get back in after you have a bunch of shrapnel come apart between your feet.
So that concludes the B-mains prior to intermission. We'll have one more following our intermission break. I believe we're going to talk to our Nathan Acklin Insurance Top Gun Award winners for this evening down in Quick Victory Lane in just a little bit. And right now on the G4 side of things, we'll take a quick break and be right back here at the Big O for Gales Auto Aftermarket Night at Ohsweken.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rearview mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
On the scene since 1949, Fast Eddie was born with a lead foot and a burning need for speed. His passion for speed and sport has been captured in this authentic collection of vintage-themed gear. Created for gearheads, riders, and racers, Fast Eddie truly encompasses the great Canadian racing culture we have from coast to coast. Drive hard, get dirty, and look good doing it. Fast Eddie Speedwear. Get geared up.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
I've always had the spirit that I wanted to invent something new, and so when we got into clothing, I got immersed into it in the only way that you would really understand how to build clothing is to become a pattern maker. That pattern maker concept started becoming very interesting to me because I went, I can make this better. Love it. Absolutely love designing. Doesn't matter whether it's a garment or an engine or a car, decals on our race cars. I love doing that. That's my forte.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway on Gales Auto Aftermarket Night. Clinton Jeffrey has our Top Gun Award winners down in Quick Victory Lane. Clint?
Thanks, Greg. We're just cleaning up some stuff. We just had a quick talk with Ryan Turner on the break there. Now we got Austin Rose, last week's Top Gun Award winner. Austin, you're a newcomer to the sport here in the big cars after racing micros. You're doing very well. Let's talk quickly about your learning curve. You've been on fire, man. Awesome work far.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's definitely been a learning curve. There's so much new stuff to learn, like with these cars, totally different than the micro world. So I got the best team back there to help me do it. I got great teammates and a great ownership group with Nathan Ackland and my dad. Those guys are giving me the best stuff that I could have here in this transition, so it means a lot to have their support.
Tonight, Austin Rose, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll get Mr. Murdoch in here. Tim, you know, you were a newcomer to the sport too in this division, but you're really running good, man. Not scared of that high line. We thought you were going to knock the wall down a couple times here in the heat race tonight. Solid drive. You're a Top Gun Award winner from a couple weeks back. Congrats, man.
Thanks, yeah. It's different learning the dirt from the pavement because we came from the pavement and getting used to it. It's fun. Yeah.
Right on. Any night you can start your night out here on the concrete. You just got to make it back for the top 3 tonight. Can you get it done?
We're going to try, yeah.
There you have it. Tim Murdoch going to try and get it done, guys. He will wrap things up here as our Top Gun Award winners. And that'll be it from Victory Lane. We'll get right back to you, and we'll send it up to Tommy and Greg.
Thanks, Clint, and thanks to Ackland Insurance. They do a great job. Top Gun Award sponsors for a number of years here at Ohsweken Speedway, and once Nathan got on board, we switched all of our insurance over to Nathan Ackland, and not just because of Nathan, but you go into the office and everyone's super friendly in there, and they're located on King George Road in Brantford, and they take care of everything for us, from our house, our vehicles, our life insurance. You name it, they cover it, and they take care of you quick. If you have any claims, I've had constant problems with gravel hitting the windshield. I hate that. And Nathan just says, hey, just take it here, dealt with, done. They do all the paperwork, and Nathan is excellent at Ackland Insurance and all the staff there. So we want to thank them for their support here at Ohsweken Speedway throughout the years. And if you are looking to get a new insurance provider, I'm sure Nathan and staff at Ackland Insurance would be happy to help you out. You can, again, find them on King George Road in Brantford, right next to, I think it's called Fire Red Swan Pizza. Is that what the chain is called? Have you tried this place yet?
No,
they're a chain.
Have not heard of this.
And since Adam's not here, I thought we should have at least a moment of food talk. And this place serves pizza, but their crust has sesame seeds, like a hamburger bun.
All right, I got to try that.
It was phenomenal. I thought, sesame seeds on my pizza? Like, come on. But it was excellent pizza, and it's right next door to Ackland Insurance. So go for lunch, talk some insurance. You know, it's a great spot.
Maybe we can arrange some pizza up here to the tower one night.
Well, I saw Burger Barn head down to Doug Leonard earlier tonight. He's got connections.
Well, guys, I'm down here with the K-Sites track report as we get to intermission, and you can see it is hard-packed a little bit here. Lots of good here, and this is exactly the type of consistency we want. Still fairly tacky, can make it work, but as you get up here, it gets a bit gnarly. You can see the holes are starting to form. This is the stuff that the sprint cars will really lay their back rear onto, but, man, if you hit it wrong, it can easily tumble you over. So a bit rough here on the upside, but a lot of bites still left in this track, and it really came in nice, guys. So there's your K-Sites track report for turn number 1. Things are actually looking pretty good, but you're going to have to watch this hole in turn number 1, guys.
We love Case IH, and they do a phenomenal job, but I got to admit, I'm disappointed. I thought you were going to say, hey, guys, I got a case of something to eat. I just heard case, and I'm hungry up here tonight, if you can't tell. But well, we have the Western Survivor beef jerky up here, but that's a little tough to chew while you're on the microphone. So still not too late to get down there. The Ice Mobile's open. If you're looking for some ice cream or a frozen treat, stop by the Ice Mobile. And the Western Survivor beef jerky also available down there in the breezeway. And the food concession stand still open. I think the souvenir shop closing very soon if they haven't already. So last chance to get down there and get some of the souvenirs here on Gales Auto Aftermarket night here at the Big O as we watch on GeForce TV. Fantastic sky off in the distance. And I like this sky the best, Tommy, because it means I can see the backstretch.
Yeah.
It's hard with the glare up here on the windows during the heat races to see that backstretch, but beautiful sights here at the Big O and the wall shot down here. And if you're here in attendance as well, again, we continue to invite you to get on your smartphone and log in and see some of the sights and some of the replays. And if you got a big data plan, go for it. Watch the whole night. If you don't, then I don't suggest it, but don't let Adam tether off your phone. So
you remember when we did that a long time ago?
Well, yeah, like a long time ago when you got like
when we were
1 gigabyte of data, and that was a big deal.
Then you got that bill in the mail.
Oh, that one, yes,
Yeah.
yes. That was like $600, I think. That was a biggie back in the day. But, we went to Flamborough last year for an APC race, and I let Adam tether off my phone because there's no Wi-Fi there at the track. So we tethered so we could get our lineups because they're on the cloud server and everything. Well, then at the end of the night, I realized he's been streaming the entire thing on YouTube from my data. And the only reason I realized is I had my phone in my back pocket, and I thought, why is it getting really hot back there? Well, the phone was burning up because of all this data being consumed by Adam, And
note to self.
Yes, be a responsible hot spot user if you are one, unlike Adam.
Oh, speaking of food, look what Brent's brought us. No, we won't.
Yes, Brent, our new media director, has brought us food.
No, I can't steal from him because he's. I'm the one who got him involved in this in the first place, and I want him to keep coming back.
I had nothing to do with it, so if you want to give me food, go for it. Cars are back on track. This is a good thing, Tommy. B-main for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. And the lineup for this B-main will look like this from the pole. Out of Ohsweken, the 9C, Brian Nanakoke. To the outside from Woodstock, the 29W is Tyler Ward. Starting in the third spot from Ancaster, the 51 is Trevor Young. To the outside, out of Ohsweken, the 77E, Ashton Van Every. Going from fifth from Dorchester in the 48, that's Andrew Marshall. And from the sixth position, out of Ancaster, the 26X, that is Terry Baker. Going from the seventh spot from Six Nations, the 20, the Iceman, Johnny Miller. And starting in eighth, out of Thamesford, the 14, Larry Gledhill. Going from ninth, out of Ohsweken, the 420, that is Victor Bomberry. From the 10th spot from Ancaster, the 16X, that's Keegan Baker. And going from the 11th and final spot from Listowel, the 97, Sheldon Bender. 11 cars, 12 laps. Last chance qualifier for the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. Our crackles are back. It seems to be a late night thing, but the crackles are back in the system here. So we apologize to that for our listeners. Sean's Garage says, Adam was on here on YouTube. Not sure if he still is. Must be tethering off someone down on George St. Newfoundland.
It's later there, you know. It's half hour. Well, actually, it's an hour and a half ahead of us, so.
Past his bedtime. He'd be off the rails by now. He says, I'm in bed in St. John's. It's late here for me. But my wife and I were screeched in earlier on George Street. We miss you, Adam. We'll see you back next Friday night. Green flag is out the B-main for the Crate Sprint cars.
So Nanakoke and Ward are going at it for the lead. Ward to the bottom side takes the lead down the back straightaway. Here comes Trevor Young up to the third spot as Van Every goes back to fourth.
I'm sorry. Adam just texted me in the middle of the broadcast. I'm sorry. Oh, we'll follow up on that later with Tyler Ward out in front over Brian Nanakoke. And good to see Nanakoke running up there. It'd be nice to see him get in as Victor Bomberry goes around. But Brian is one of those drivers, always quick, has the ability to win, but just always something bad seems to happen to Brian.
Yeah, there are several drivers like that, no matter whatever speedway you go to, and he's just one of them right now, unfortunately for him. But he's dedicated. He made a point of emailing me last year because I missed keeping the stats on the Action Sprint Tour. I missed one of the races that he went to, and to that point, he had never missed an Action Sprint Tour race. So he wanted to make sure that I knew that he still had his streak intact. He's one of those guys who's out here every week, bad luck or good luck.
Sport needs those. Perseverance pays off. Here's the replay. Victor Bomberry just goes around in two. Learning the limits again. Learned really big up in corner 4 the first night out and slammed the hay bales, but has done a nice job just really putting the throttle to the track and not being timid at all. And you can't be timid in these cars.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, Greg, because Doug and I were having the exact same conversation about Vic Bomberry and just talking about, you get some of these guys that are trying to learn and they're ultra slow in a pack. I am okay with Vic because he's not afraid. He's on the gas. Once he gets the handling, the curve will be a little bit simpler for him because he's already not afraid to go the speed you need to go. So I think this will be a quick catch on for him. But talk about a guy like Tyler Ward. we recall him in 2019 here. He struggled really bad as a rookie. Now he's out ready to start knocking down checkered flag guys. So it's not a super long curve, but man, it can seem like a steep hill when you first get behind the wheel.
Yeah, Tyler Ward really struggled, but here he is leading this B-main, and he has definitely gained the confidence, gained the skill he needs, and he's competitive now in that 29W.
Really, it's a surprise that he's in this race because he's run pretty well the first couple weeks here, but he's got the lead of this one as Young goes after Nanacoke for that second spot.
Across the stripe another time. Ward leads over Nanacoke, Young, and Ashton Van Every in the 77E. 3 laps on the board.
Young goes for a bit of a slide there, gives up some position to Van Every, who goes to the inside as they race side by side out of corner 4. Ward still has the lead. Nanacoke maybe eating into that lead just a little bit now in the 9C.
Good battle right now for the third spot. Van Every and Young. Young taking a look to the outside. Ashton Van Every running down in that bottom groove. Remember how soupy it was down there at the start of the night. Good bite down there right now.
So the top 6 again will transfer out of this one. Right now the 48 of Andrew Marshall has that position with a good margin over the 16X of Keegan Baker, but we'll keep an eye on that as this race winds down. Halfway now, 6 in and 6 to go for Tyler Ward up front.
And the seat time just here in this B-main, they are spread out, but this is fantastic seat time for a lot of these drivers. Some of them young, some struggling with their car and their setup. And these extra 12 laps are huge.
Yeah, and this track is quickly slicking off, especially in corner 2. 3 and 4, it's still got some tack, but up in corner 2, we've seen both Ward and Nanacoke go for a bit of a slide the last couple laps. They're both still in first and second as Van Every continues to hold that third spot over Young, and then it's Baker and Marshall in the final transfer right now.
Tyler Ward works it down the back stretch over Nanacoke, Van Every, Young, and Baker. As the leader beginning to catch some slower cars, Bender will be the first car in front of Tyler Ward.
So Ward going to tiptoe through corner 2 again, very slick on the bottom there as he goes through that corner, but still has a good lead over Nanacoke. That fight for third won't end as Van Every and Young still continue to go at it here. 2 laps to go for Ward.
Ward works it through corner number 2. The lap car between he and Nanacoke. That battle for third now is a side-by-side fight. Young's drawn up to the outside of Van Every as they head down the backstretch.
They want to be a little careful here. They're both in qualified spots, but they also want to get a good feel for what it's like to race side-by-side here. White flag in the air. Ward goes for another slide up in corner 2. And Nanacoke is catching him still with 2 more corners to go.
Here they come off a 4. Can Nanacoke grab it at the line? Ward wins it over Nanacoke for the third spot. Give that to Trevor Young. And then Ashton Van Every, Terry Baker. And behind him will be the Marshall number 48 and the 420 of Victor Bomberry. And then Keegan Baker. So Tyler Ward picks up the win in the 29W. With Brian Nanacoke closing in on him here on Gales Auto Aftermarket Night. The Gales Cash Blast 50 coming up for the Thunderstocks. 50 laps, $2,000 to the winner. Be interesting to see what happens here tonight. If this is a race of attrition, if this is a race of patience, or if this is just all-out Thunderstock racing like we're used to with a regular 20-lap race. It could be any of those things.
Well, it's cooled down a little bit, so they may not have to be so careful with it. These Thunderstocks will overheat if you're not careful. But it has cooled down a bit, so that should help them. But usually in these races we see some conservation in the first half, and then they start to go at it once we get sort of to our regular feature length of 20 laps or so to go.
Hey guys, just want to make a quick mention. How about a hand, fans, for Gale Hill, longtime supporter here, Wall of Famer, called us up, wanted to put up $2,000 of his own money for the winners here tonight, and that is super impressive. We've also had some other guys throw in some cash. Jeff Roloffs has thrown in some money too. Amazing to have all these people get behind the Thunderstocks as they get set to go for 50 laps. Greg, give us the starting lineup.
Starting on the pole of this one, now I have the wrong lineup. He threw it to me and you had it. Here we go. Tim Phelan is scheduled to go from the pole. He's from Binbrook in the 427 to the outside. Ron Logie out of Burlington, the 97 machine. Starting third from Caledonia, the 55. That's Mikey Bobby Mike Thorne to the outside. The 41 from Caister Center. That's Adam Plazik. Starting in fifth out of Hagersville. In the 75, that's Ryan Berry. And going sixth out of Corbyville, the 2M. That's Mark McDonald. From Harley in the 37, it's Robert Hoskins going from seventh. And to the outside from Caister Center, the 28, Jim Lampman goes eighth. Starting in ninth out of Ohsweken, the 28T is Cameron Thompson. And starting 10th from Ohsweken, the 24, Blake Bomberry Jr. Starting in 11th out of Ancaster, last week's winner, the 19 of Kyle Wirt. And going from 12th out of Caister Center, the 28D of Donnie Lampman. Starting in 13th from Canfield, the 32 is Mark Fawcett. And from 14th out of Hagersville, the 23 is Trevor DeBoer. Going 15th from Vittoria, the 84 RK is Ryan Beagle. And going 16th out of Hagersville, the 49, Dave Bailey, the point leader. Starting in 17th from Port Robinson, the 108 is Zach Bleach, and to his outside going from the 18th spot out of Belleville, the 03, it's Justin Ramsey, the winner of the last 50-lap Thunderstock race here at Ohsweken. Starting 19th out of Shannonville, the 26 of Craig Hanley, to his outside, the Crazy Alien, the 05 out of Welland, Pete Reed. Starting 21st out of Thorold, the 11 of Go Fast Teeple, to his outside, the 79 of Chris Hale. Then we got Scott McPhail in the 07, Logan Schwedick in the 53, Jeff Lerman in the 601, Dave Small in the 0, Casey Huffman in the 13, Frank Turkey in the 38. Ready to go, 50 laps the distance, the Gales Cash Blast 50 for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks.
So here we go on the first of 50 laps here tonight for Gales Auto Aftermarket. And it will be the 427 of Phelan taking the lead down the backstretch, but they're still 2 and 3 wide here entering corner 3.
This is why we love this racetrack. 4 wide, they come off of corner 4, and they're all stacking up. Phelan trying to gather it back up in front of the pack, and now they're all going to play bumper tag down the front stretch, and somehow, Tommy, they're all going straight.
We're still green after all that. That was some heavy contact there. Entering corner 1, Bomberry got a pretty good shot from somebody, but we're still green here with Mike Thorne. Mikey.
Fawcett goes around and piles up a ton of cars here. Well, more got by than I thought, but Rob Hoskins again gets the nose of that car beat in. Adam Plazik piled up in that. That was a mess from the drop of the green flag. Everyone trying to win on the first lap.
Yeah, look at the side of Mike Thorne's car. He's the leader, but he got heavy contact in the right door there. That should be okay for him, though. But meanwhile, Plazik has gotten some of the worst of this one so far, though Hoskins' car in the 37 is pretty beat up as well.
The fact they all made it through that first lap, I think, was kind of a gimme. They weren't making it through the second lap doing the exact same thing because it was squirrely on that first one, and it all played out here on that second lap. I mean, lap 1, I've seen less contact at a Black Friday sale where TVs are on sale because everyone was bouncing off one another and some trampling was taking place.
So Fawcett in the 32 just saw him go to the pit area with a flat left front tire. So the crew will work on that one here. We were watching the replay on G-Force, and Phelan, that was the first lap. Phelan got sideways and ran into the side of Thorne, and now we're watching the replay of the second lap incident.
So Adam Plazik takes the worst of it. Clinton Jeffries down there on the scene, having a look at the 41 machine.
Well, yeah, guys, it's not pretty. This right front is punched right out of its normal pocket, as you can imagine. They're going to have to get this one lifted up, and we'll get a look, and you can see the wheel well is all messed up here. So it's torn off. Back here, there should be a tie rod, and it's tore it all off. So that's the problem here. Tire facing the wrong way on the right front of the Plazik 41 here, guys.
A great shot down there, because from here, his car looks like, you know, should be able to pull away, but the heavy damage on the right side there for Plazik. So Adam Turner messaged me and said, I should have been there. I didn't realize the Thunderstock paid so much tonight. After the first 2 laps, I think Adam's probably thinking, I'm glad I stayed home. He says Justin Ramsey will win this. So we'll see, Adam, if you're right. That's Adam Turner.
Well, Ramsey won the last 50-lapper we had here, as we mentioned a couple of times tonight. Back in 2019, he got that done. So that's not a bad pick, but there's a lot of good cars up near the front and a long way to go. Tough break for Plazik. He looked pretty sporty in his heat race earlier.
Well, if the next 48 laps are anything like the first two, I guess attrition will be the name of the game. There you see Fawcett going around. There were some pretty solid hits. Rob Hoskins has been so fast and had no luck whatsoever. He's been in the wrong place at the wrong time a number of moments here in 2022. I think he's going through like a second or third nose cone right now.
Whenever I see Rob Hoskins, I think of that video that he put on YouTube a long time ago where when he had the mini stock and he used a forklift and the wall to straighten it out.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
No,
whatever tools are available. Yeah, it worked. Hopefully he doesn't need to do that again after this hit. But that was another solid hit to the front end of the 37. Boy, the 75 of Barry as well. The whole side off that car peeled back in the right rear.
This race could turn into one where Chris Hale, who came from the B-main, if he can avoid some of the carnage, he's the type of driver who could come up into the top 5 and possibly challenge for a win. Nobody is out of this one, even if they had to come from the B-main.
Sean's Garage, who's watching on YouTube, he called it right. You know, Mike Giberson isn't out racing in this, but that first 2 laps was a game of pinball.
Yeah, Giberson got that nickname, honestly. If you were, hasn't happened in quite a while, but if you were here back in the early to mid 2000s, Mike was upside down several times here in his old Chevette mini stock.
That thing needs to be enshrined somewhere.
I think he's got sort of a Dale Jr. style graveyard.
Oh, nice. I have one of those, but it's all chicken bones in the backyard. Pizza boxes. Here we go, back to the green flag. Only 48 laps left of what we've seen so far. Let's see if they settle down here.
Saw Huffman go to the pits and come back out. I haven't seen Fawcett yet, so he might have had more than just a flat left front. Either way, we're back underway here, and they back to 3 wide again right away.
Yeah, look at the lead pack as we watch them go down the backstretch here. They roll out of corner number 4. Thorne out in front, but man, there is no one by themselves right now, except for Casey Huffman right now at the back.
Look at Hale has already passed about half the field here in that 79 car. He's up fighting with Pete Reed, Trevor DeBoer, Schwedick, a bunch of guys in there. Thompson, Ramsey was up in there and backed out of it a bit.
I'll never understand a 20-lap race. They'll use their calm and coolness and patience and work through the feature. 50 laps, lots of time to do it, and they're on it. But the big money's on the line, and I guess that's why. Here comes last week's winner, and the guy that won the first 2 weeks battling it out at the front.
Yeah, 5 cars racing for the lead here. Make it 6 as Logie is up in there as well. Bailey will lead that lap. Now number 5 goes to Bailey as Wirt tries to fight back on the bottom side. Then it's Thorne and Lampman going at it for the 3rd spot. Beagle and Logie there as well. The top 6 starting to break away just a bit.
Bailey up top, working the outside or the bottom side lane rather. Thorne trying to hold off Jim Lampman and Beagle, who are working to the outside of him. A good 3-car fight there. Oh, car going fast through the infield there. Who was that?
That's Dave Small.
Oh, Dave Small comes to a stop finally.
So he'll get it off the track so we can stay green. Bailey has started to put some distance between himself and Wirt now. Thorne still holding 3rd over Lampman. And then back in the pack a little bit, Pete Reed and Chris Hale are on the move, as is Zach Leach. And the 23 of Trevor DeBoer starting to make up some ground as well. But Bailey right now opening up a bit of a gap on the rest of the field. Long way to go though.
8 laps in, Chris Hale started in the 26th spot. And across the line that time, 8th. So that machine is on the move. As things get bunched up behind Mike Thorne. Jim Lampman moves by. Here comes the crazy alien, Pete Reed, down on the inside lane with Beagle to his outside, and then two more stacked up behind them trying to get by Thorne.
Yeah, Thorne got freight trained a little bit there. Lost 3 spots on 1 lap. And so he's still just outside the top 5 now. Bailey up front, then it's Wirt, Lampman, Reed, and now Hale and Beagle go side by side for the 5th spot.
Off the corner they work. Bailey completes another lap over Wirt, Lampman, Reed. As the cream begins to rise to the top, things settle down a little bit more. Jim Lampman trying to clear himself of Pete Reed and put himself into the 3rd position. Reed fighting back on the bottom, side by side behind them with Hale and Beagle. And then it's Thorne and Ron Logie.
Whoa, Pete Reed just did a right turn up there in corner 2 and lost a spot to Lampman. So it's still a little bit tricky down there in corner 2 for some of these guys. As now Beagle will also get to the outside of Reed. So Reed was on the move but now gives up a few spots.
Marching, marching, marching. There is Chris Hale. Right to the front he goes as he is up to the 3rd spot now. Started 22nd. And here in the first 12 laps, he's up there into a podium spot. What a run for the Draper Doors 79.
So Hale will now set his sights on the 19 of last week's feature winner, Kyle Wirt, as Bailey continues to lead this one by about half a straightaway. But he will see some of the slower cars in his sights now, Will Bailey in the 49.
Bailey checking out straightaway advantage over Kyle Wirt and Chris Hale. Now it's Beagle and Lampman that go at it for that 4th position. Reed on the bottom, Lampman and Beagle all right there. Here comes the battle for 2nd right in front of them now. Hale to the inside of Kyle Wirt. So once he gets past Wirt, let's see if he'll start inching away at Dave Bailey or not. As we got Justin Craig Hanley headed to the pit area.
You got to think Bailey is going to not push quite as hard as he needs to right now, because he'll be watching the scoreboard and knows that he has a decent lead. So Bailey's got the lead. 2nd is Hale. We'll watch and see if he can cut into that advantage on Bailey a little bit. As Bailey puts Huffman a lap down. Now here's Reed, who's recovered, and he takes 3rd away from Kyle Wirt. So Pete Reed back on the march after a bit of a slide there.
Yeah, he's certainly got himself going again here. We see Beagle, Lampman, Wirt all staying close together. Kind of surprised Trevor DeBoer not up there just yet, but maybe kind of biding his time. Still very early in this one with 33 laps left to go. Big smoke screen by Frank Turkey right in front of the leader.
And we'll see if Turkey can get off the tractor. He's got the black flag, does Turkey, so he'll take it to the pit area. Or will he? Still under power here is the 38 car, as Bailey continues to lead.
That time by, Chris Hale lost 1/10 of a second to Dave Bailey, so we'll just kind of keep an eye on that. See where he's at. Black flag again for Turkey as Chris Hale works to the inside of the lap car of Casey Huffman, and again loses another 1/10 of a second. So Dave Bailey still, although Chris Hale has been marching through the field, Bailey's that 1/10 of a second quicker.
Yeah, this race is still not to the halfway point though, so some of these drivers are still pacing themselves a little bit, you would think, trying to get this car to the second half of this race. They all figure there's going to be at least another yellow.
2/10 gain that time by Dave Bailey. And I mean, you talk about someone like Dave Bailey who dominates, wins championships, wins a lot of races, but when they're only quicker by 1 or 2/10 of a second, like, think about how short amount of time that really is, but it's just enough to set yourself out in front. This sport, measured by so minute amounts of time, and yet that little bit can make you this dominant.
So Reed has not let Hale get away, but he hasn't been able to get up next to him yet to try to take that 2nd spot away. And then behind them, Wirt, Beagle, and Lampman have been playing some bumper tag, and especially in corners 1 and 2 the last few laps, as they fight over that 4th spot. Now here comes Beagle to the inside on Wirt, trying to take that position away.
After a rough and tumble first couple of laps, we're approaching the halfway mark right now, and Dave Bailey continuing to slice through the field. The lap cars at the back of the pack, Chris Hale and Pete Reed. That's where the battle's at, along with Beagle Lampman and Kyle Wirt back there for fourth. So we watched the split screen. There's those two battles. You've got Chris Hale and Pete Reed on the top, and then you've got Beagle, Wirt, and Lampman. And it seems like those three cars have been intertwined together since the drop of the green flag. We've seen other drivers move up past them and others fall back, but those three have been tied together.
Now Wirt inches ahead again as Beagle just can't quite get the drive on the bottom side there. Wirt doing a good job in the middle groove there in the number 19 car. Beagle and Wirt both pulling away just a little bit from Lampman now.
Cameron Thompson will pull off the racetrack as attrition begins to play a part in this. Some drivers starting to peel off.
Yeah, this is one of those races where he might...
One around. Ron Logie goes around a corner 3.
I was about to say this is one of those races where you might see drivers go to the pits and come back later on.
Just past the halfway point. And when we go back to green this time by after this caution, we're going to do a quick fire it up. We haven't done one of those yet tonight, but the sights and sounds of the Thunderstocks, because I think this restart might get a little dicey now that they're all bunched back up.
Well, guys, Ron Logie with the hands up, what's up, to the DeBoer 23, and I think they're going to send a penalty to the 23. We'll see if Doug follows through on that, but it looks like the 23 got together with a 97, and that brought Ron Logie facing the wrong way here in turn 3 and 4, guys.
Boy, if he did, it was awful light, but it was hard to tell from that angle. I don't know if we'll get a chance to see that one again, but I think there definitely was contact, but boy, it was light.
DeBoer is slowing and letting the field go by, so he must have heard it.
We'll have another look here as they just go down in there. And I mean, you got the car turn. Yeah, I think he's well enough under there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Picks up the rear end a bit.
The slow-mo really showed that pickup in the rear end. Definitely got him around. But that's all it takes. Yeah, that wasn't a vicious, hard hit to the rear end of the car. Just a little bit of lift. Lifts those rear tires. And
Trevor DeBoer is not one of those guys who is, I don't know if I've ever seen him get penalized, honestly. That's one of those things where it's like in hockey, if your stick gets up near someone's hand, you can get called for a hooking penalty or something, right? It's not the intent, it's just the sort of sometimes those things happen.
So we're just past the halfway point. Clint, how's the track looking out there with 25 laps down, or make that 26 and 24 to go? Changed much in those first 26?
Yeah, this track has really smoothed out here along in 3 and 4. Still got a bit of a bump down in 1, but man, it is slick and smooth down here. Lots of bite still. I think the track really came in nice here today, guys. And while we're on the air, just want to send a shout out to all the grads and all the students who finished school, and send a shout out to all the sad parents that are going to have to deal with those kids all summer long. But how about a shout out to Daniel Powis? He's here tonight. I got a message. He left his grade 8 grad because he couldn't miss a night at Ohsweken. Daniel Powis, congrats on your grad, and thanks for coming out. We appreciate it.
It'll be far more memorable than going to your grad. I'm not even sure I graduated.
If you have to ask, I'm not sure.
I'm self-employed. No one's ever asked me for my educational background.
Back underway here, Bailey takes the lead. Hale started to the inside as Bailey chose the outside groove.
Bailey, Hale, 1 and 2. Oh, up high. We got one with some issues, and then comes back down.
That's McPhail.
Oh, McPhail. Yeah, it is McPhail. I don't know if that's issues. He's going to take it to the pits. It looks like he's having some handling issues on the 07.
I thought flat right front, but I could be wrong, guys. But it sure looked like that's the way it was acting.
Very possible. He's so tight to the wall, we couldn't get a good look. So very possible right front for McPhail. As we stay green, Mark McDonald's dragging some of his tailpiece on that 2M machine. Still one of the cars out there, though.
So Dave Bailey now has some clear track after spending a lot of time negotiating lap traffic there. And so he's using that to his advantage so far, running some very consistent laps in that 49 car.
11 cars off track, a black flag just displayed.
I think it's for the 2M there.
Yeah,
with the
for McDonald.
bumper hanging off.
So we're about to be half the field off the track here with 21 to go. And I'm sorry, Spencer, we did not do the quick fire it up there. We will get one in.
That might have been my fault. We'll get one in here.
Chris Hale trying to keep pace. Ryan Beagle. You have to wonder if maybe this track coming to Ryan Beagle, the drier and slicker it gets, that plays into his wheelhouse. He's very good on these long races.
Yeah, we'll watch that 84 car here as he tries to draw a bead on the 79 of Hale. Meanwhile, Wirt has really given up a few spots here after this yellow flag. Something's gone away on the 19 of Wirt as he loses a spot now to the 53 of Logan Schwedick.
Watching the timing and scoring, the top two in the last couple of laps have kept pace. It's over a second and a half apart right now, so Chris Hale doing a good job to keep there, and now Ryan Beagle moves upstairs, searching around, trying to gain ground on the top two.
So 32 in and 18 to go now. We're within a regular 20-lap distance for these guys.
Hale closed ground that time.
And Beagle still right there as well. Reed has fallen back from this group as well in the 05. So a couple of these drivers after that yellow flag, something has gone amiss for them.
33 complete in this one. Beagle all over the back end of the 79. Christopher Hale, Pete Reed holding on to fourth, kind of all by himself. And all of a sudden now, Logan Schwedick's up into the top five. Good to see him up there and got that car going strong. Jim Lampman to his outside, but Logan had a long night getting in, but his car is running stout right now in that Advantage Electric number 53.
Hale's giving Beagle that outside line, and Beagle's taking advantage. He's just inching further up alongside the Hale 79 now, and Beagle out of corner four that time will take the second spot away with 15 laps left to go. And now Hale tries to go down to the bottom and pay him back and can't do it as he slides way up, and so Beagle looks like he's gaining quickly on Bailey now.
Yeah, I was going to say, even in passing Hale that lap, he gained time on leader Bailey. Let's watch him across the stripe another time. He'll knock it down another 0.2 of a second. That's what he gained the lap before. So Ryan Beagle, this, like I say, in these long races, it seems to play into his hand.
This is where Bailey, though, a veteran driver, knows he doesn't have to push too hard yet. He hasn't seen anybody for a while, so he's not going to push that hard until he can hear somebody behind him, and he can watch on the scoreboard, Bailey can, and see how close they're getting because the numbers pop up when they cross the line.
Bailey works by Casey Huffman. Ryan Beagle trying to keep it wound up on that outside line. It's close to 1.2 seconds last time. Will he close the gap again? Yeah, he does. He gains another 10th, so it's slow, but he's getting there.
So Beagle and Bailey now clear of some traffic for a while, so it's going to come down to Beagle just picking away at this as Hale has picked up a little bit and trying to chase down Beagle again.
Gained another 10th of a second, and right now with 11 laps to go, if he continues at this pace, it'll be the last lap where he's right there in the back bumper, or at least close to him, so we'll see. You can visibly see he's gaining ground. Another lap car, that's McPhail in front of the leader.
We've seen so many Thunderstock races over the years decided in the last couple of laps where it's a situation just like this where somebody runs the leader down over the last 10 laps or so, and Beagle's looking to try to repeat that tonight. Bailey now starting to move around just a little bit in the 49 car as well. I think he can tell, well, I know he can tell by watching that scoreboard that Beagle's getting closer, so Bailey's going to search around here as he can see that traffic ahead as well.
Now Beagle's kind of plateaued. He's right at that 1.2 second differential, but I think the gap now we need to watch is between Bailey and the lap cars, because that might be what plays into effect here. The battle for the lead with 8 laps left to go, $2,000 on the line, courtesy of Gales Auto Aftermarket for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks.
Beagle took a bunch off the lead that time. He's down to 0.8 of a second. I was watching back in the pack a little bit. Ron Logie's recovered nicely after that early spin. He's back up into the top 5 now, but we're going to keep an eye on this lead here. Beagle cuts another 0.1 of a second off.
And here they are right in the thick of it. Phelan right in front of the leader. We got one going off the track. That's Barry. As Bailey works to the inside of Phelan, he's got Bleach right in front of him, and here comes, look at Beagle get a run down the hill trying to close the gap.
Yeah, Bailey's going to have to tiptoe through this traffic here. They're racing for position right in front of him.
Oh, Phelan catches Beagle. Oh my, and there's no caution flag. So that's going to hurt Ryan Beagle's chance. I think he's cut the right rear.
I think he has, yeah.
Oh.
Something, yeah. Yeah, Beagle's race is pretty much done.
Well, the caution flag comes out, but wow. That is what you call a real heartbreaker. Clint?
Sure does. Flat tire is going to take him back to the pits. You can see the safety crew going out. Doug was talking with Ryan in turn 2, asking if the debris was something we could race through with 5 to go. It is a metal rub rail, a large bar. They had to go yellow. As you see the safety crew walking back with it, that is the cost of the caution here.
Yeah, you can see the rub rail fall off here. We're watching the replay, and man, it was like slow motion. You could see it coming, hoping it wouldn't hit Ryan, and nailed him right in the door. It's caved in a long ways.
Yeah, the door is one thing, but he just caught that right rear tire and cut it down too. So the good thing is Beagle can still try to get that tire changed and get back out here and recover for a finish, because attrition has taken a lot of cars off the track.
6 laps left to go, so Chris Hale now will be behind Dave Bailey, and the heartbreak and all that. We're not up here cheering for a specific driver. I was just looking forward to the great finish. I think we were setting up to see Tommy.
Yeah, I think Bailey will say the same thing when he gets out as well, because he's mentioned it before. He watches that scoreboard when he drives down the front stretch. He can see the numbers flash up there, and he can tell how close they are by watching that. So Bailey knew that Beagle was coming as well.
So Hale will start on the inside as the leader chooses the outside lane on this restart. I wouldn't count Chris Hale out yet. Anything can happen in the final 6 laps. Just waiting to see if Ryan Beagle's going to have time to get back out onto the track. Like you said, Tommy, not a lot of cars left, but 6 laps left to go. Time is not on Ryan Beagle's side, and it looks like the green is going to come out. Bailey and Hale will drag race down into the corner. Look at Kyle Wirt coming back from a few rows back.
6 laps left to settle it, and Bailey's got Hale to the inside now, coming out of corner 2. Meanwhile, Reed and Logie going side by side for the 3rd spot.
Hale pushes up the banking just a little bit, getting into 3, and Bailey's going to pull away from the 79 machine with 5 laps left to go here in the Gales Cash Blast 50. Brought to you by Gales Auto Aftermarket. Hale's there, about a car length off the back deck lid of the 49 of Dave Bailey.
More carnage back in the pack. Mike Thorne has got the rear bumper cover knocked off. He's still out there, but I think they may decide to send him to the pits before this one's over. 4 laps left to go now as Bailey's got the lead. Hale now goes up a groove and tries to track him down again.
And Bailey right now 0.3 of a second out in front. Pete Reed working the bottom in the 3rd spot. He's got Ron Logie to his outside. Good comeback for him after the spin. Trevor DeBoer has worked his way up to the front as well. And the black flag does display for Mike Thorne.
Hale's not falling back too far from Bailey. This one's not over yet, but Bailey's going to have to make a mistake for Hale to have a chance, I think, here.
2 laps left to go for Brewster Baker, Dave Bailey, Chris Hale. You can see he's driving hard, trying to do anything he can to get the run on the 49. He'll chuck it to the outside in corner number 1, still that car length back.
So Logie holding that 3rd spot. Then it's a side-by-side race for the 4th spot between DeBoer and Reed. Here comes Hale again with a good run out of corner 4.
White flag is out. One more trip around for Dave Bailey. $2,000 on the line. Chris Hale throws it into corner number 1. Gets a run through corner number 2. Does he have something for the leader?
Down the backstretch, the final time into corner 3. Bailey drives it straight into the corner. Nice and smooth. Hale to the inside now. Who's it going to be at the line? Double checkers in the air.
Wow.
Bailey by a nose. Less than a 1/10 of a second difference. Bailey will have to win. 2nd is Hale. 3rd is Logie. 4th is DeBoer. Reed will round out the top 5.
It's like in that last lap, Chris Hale realized what Ryan Beagle had been doing, going high and cutting down the banking, and he got those 2 good runs in 1, going into 2, and then 3 coming into 4. Let's watch this last lap here on GeForce TV. Goes up and really cuts down to the inside going through 2 and gets a good run there as Bailey went up high. And then watch in 3, he's way up and right in the middle of the turn, cuts it down the hill, and that's where he got the run on Bailey. 6/100ths of a second, the difference.
50 laps to get 6/100ths of a second. Pretty impressive display from Chris Hale there, coming from 22nd to almost win that one.
Well, fireworks lighting up the sky as Dave Bailey's $2,000 richer in the Gales Cash Blast 50, sponsored by Gales Auto Aftermarket, as Bailey will unbuckle. Chris Hale coming out to congratulate him. Chris Hale gave it all he had. We didn't get to get a Quick fired up in that because of all the action, but they're down in Quick victory lane, and that was a hot finish, Clint. What a race.
What a drive here for Dave Bailey. Chris Hale made a go of it, but here he comes. Brewster Baker out of the 49, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for your Gales Cash Blast 5th feature winner tonight, Dave Bailey. Dave, come on around here and talk to us. Gail's here to shake your hand. Gail Hill in here. And come on over here, Gail. Get beside Dave. Dave, what a drive there. 50 laps, not easy for you. At the end, man, Chris took a shot.
Yeah, you did. Looks like it came like a corner for making it silly. I was just kind of watching the things on the scoreboard, and it's back to the way it used to be, so you can see when the numbers come up. But he sent it in. He almost made us look silly, that's for sure.
Good job, Dave. Who do you want to thank for a solid run here tonight? Your season's off to a great start.
Yeah, first off, Gail, and thank Gail for everything you do. Much appreciated. Queenston Chev, Jibs Action Sports, my family, you guys for having this race in here. It's awesome to be back.
Right on, Dave Bailey gets it done. We'll get over here. Gail, did you enjoy that race?
Yes, I did, and it was enjoyable. I thought right from the start to the finish was good from where I was up there. It's great seating, and certainly it's a good thing to see. Dave seems to win all the time, but we won't hold that against him.
Good job, Gail. Hey, thanks so much for everything you do. Great to have you back at the track, and we appreciate you watching online when you can't be here.
Yep, good to be down.
Gail Hill going to get in there. He'll get in there. We'll talk to Chris Hale. Chris, I mean, you threw one at him at the end there. It had to feel like from the midpoint of that the race was going away, but at the end, you really had a shot at him.
Yeah, no, I tried something there on the last lap. I was kind of hoping he'd just go up and block, and I'd try and drive underneath him, but he got to the finish line first. But I just wanted to say thanks to Gail for putting up the cash. It's always fun doing these 50 lappers. Got to thank all my crew guys, my wife Brittany and my son Jacob, and my family back in Napanee. I want to thank my sponsors, Stony Creek Transmission, Beothuk, Parson & Associates, Draper Doors, and HRE.
Right on. Gail's here to shake your hand, Chris. We'll get over here and talk to third, Ron Logie. Ron, pretty good recovery considering you were facing the wrong way here in turn 2 at the midpoint of this race. Welcome back to Ohsweken. Solid run. You got to be super happy with this.
Oh, yeah. The last few weeks with the transmission blew up 2 weeks ago. First off, before I say thanks to anybody, I got to say Steve Tomaski. The work that he's done on this car in the last 2 weeks, he's been amazing. And then last week it popped again, a little piece came off. And so he's been at my house quite a few times. He's been helping me out. So I got to say thank you to him, first off.
Right on, there's Ron Logie. He will finish third tonight. Dave Bailey, your winner, and second will be Chris Hale. And how about a hand for our awesome sponsor, Gail Hill, Gales Auto Aftermarket, legendary Wall of Famer here, and a big support of everything Ohsweken. And that'll do it for Trackside, guys.
Well, we've still got 3 feature races to come. 360 sprints, mini stocks, and crate sprints. And we'll have that for you when we come back here on GeForce TV on Gales Auto Aftermarket Night.
On the scene since 1949, Fast Eddie was born with a lead foot and a burning need for speed. His passion for speed and sport has been captured in this authentic collection of vintage-themed gear. Created for gearheads, riders, and racers, Fast Eddie truly encompasses the great Canadian racing culture we have from coast to coast. Drive hard, get dirty, and look good doing it. Fast Eddie Speedwear. Get geared up.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rearview mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
Back live here on GeForce TV, Gales Auto Aftermarket Night, as we get ready for the 360 Sprint Cars, brought to you by Cool Kids Ice and Water and Core Pack Merchandising. Starting on the pole, the current point leader out of Tilsonburg in car number 13, it's Corey Turner. To the outside of him from Binbrook in car number 9, it's Liam Martin. Rolling off third out of Dunnville, the number 91, that'll be Ryan Turner. And going from fourth out of Niagara Falls to 70 is Bailey Hurd. Starting in fifth from Brantford, car number 10 is Downtown, Mitch Brown. And going from 6th out of Scotland in the 87X, it's Sean Evans. Starting in 7th out of Eamesville, the 88H is Josh Hansing. Going from 8th in the 14H out of Fenwick, it's the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopeton. Starting in 9th out of Ohsweken is the 0 of Glenn Stiers, the Ohsweken Flyer. And going from 10th from Mount Bridge is the 45 of Nick Sheridan. Starting in 11th out of Beachville, car number 5 is DJ Christie. And to his outside in the Little Bend 110 out of Brantford, it's Jake Brown. Starting in 13th from Dorchester, and car number 1 is Holly Porter. And going from the 14th spot out of Warrnambool, Victoria, Australia, car number 20 is Braden Cooley. Starting in 15th out of Mississauga, it's the Highlight Man, Mac Demand, in car 17X. And his outside from Ohsweken, the 68, is Aaron Turkey. Going from 17th out of Caister Center is car number 11, Jamie Turner. And going from 18th out of Picton, the 84 is Tyler Rand. Starting 19th out of Port Colborne, car number 5D is Jacob Dykstra. And going 20th from Picton, it's the 11J of Chris Jones. Starting 21st from Cheektowaga, New York, in the 94, it's Todd Hoddick. To his outside from Grimsby in the 90, starting 22nd is Travis Cunningham. Going 23rd from Lewiston, New York, the 81 is Derek Jonathan. And starting in 24th out of Grand Prairie, Alberta, car number 24 is Ben Siliker. White flag is out. And since tonight, the main attraction was the Thunderstocks, let's do a quick fired up as we bring the sprint cars to life. The sights and sounds of the Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack Merchandising 360 Sprint Cars. We're going to bring them to life tonight with a quick fire it up. Back and forth they go in the front. Liam Martin has the lead as he gets back by Corey Turner, but they've been swapping spots. Back in the third spot, it's cherry red brake rotors for Mitch Brown. He's sparking them into the corner.
Yeah, I think Mitch Brown's brake is sort of locked on there. He's maintaining speed right now, but that is going to get uncomfortable quickly for him as that seat is going to be red hot underneath him.
Liam Martin working in that second spot, trying to track back down Corey Turner. They've been doing a nice job back and forth. But Corey Turner in the Petro Plus Burger Bar in 13 out in front with 4 laps on the board.
Martin doing a good job to keep pace right now. They're both running that top side while Ryan Turner runs the middle in the 3rd position. Then further back it's Mitch Brown, Bailey Hurd, and now Josh Hansen fighting to the outside of Hurd for the 5th spot.
Travis Cunningham fans, your driver left the racetrack after lap number 1, saw him head to the pit area. So Travis Cunningham done for the night. 3 weeks of bad luck so far for car number 90. Here comes the battle for the top 3. Ryan Turner throws it in deep on Liam Martin. He'll settle back there in the 3rd spot.
It's a slide job kind of track tonight. McDemand now to the infield in the 17, as we'll stay green flag for now. Up front, it's still Corey Turner, but here comes Liam Martin now to the inside.
And now the caution flag comes out as McDemand drives through the infield and stops here on the front stretch. So that'll put us under the caution flag with 6 on the board. As the Pinewood Horticulture Services car star Brantford 17X comes to a stop, and he's looking for a push start, wants to keep going.
Flat left front tire on the 17.
Oh yeah,
it looks
there you
like.
go.
Thanks to our camera people. Definitely can't see that from up here in the tower.
Oh, that'll do it.
The man caught the inside wall out of corner 2 and almost flipped, actually.
That's not just a flat tire. That rim is used up. Make a good fire pit now. Really shallow one, but
so yeah. he'll get his time in the work area here, and we'll see if he can get that one fixed. But I'd be concerned about more than just the tire there. That was a pretty hard hit.
Wonder how that feels on the wrists. 3,500 pounds, I was told, are what those blocks weigh. And sometimes cars just knock them over. It looks like nothing, but
that's almost, well, it is twice as much as a sprint car weighs.
That's a hard shot. And Ryan's standing right there watching it. Good job of saving it, though. That could have been a whole lot worse than it was. What a battle up front.
Yeah, Liam Martin looking very strong tonight in that number 9 car. And he's sandwiched right in between the 2 Brown brothers, or sorry, the 2 Turner brothers, I should say. The Brown brothers a little further back in this one. But Ryan Turner looked like he had a run on Martin there, and then Martin just turned around and went after Corey instead.
Car owner Steve Lyons, former driver of that number 9 machine, not here tonight. He's at his trailer up north watching online. I told him that's the best way to watch a race. I mean, if I could broadcast from a trailer up north.
You could, actually.
The washroom would be closer.
Mitch Brown having a good run up in 4th right now, but we saw early in that race that brake rotor underneath the left rear was cherry red and sparking and looking like it wasn't going to make it through this feature. And then I don't know if maybe it was locked on there and has since unlocked itself a bit, or what's going on there, but we'll keep an eye on the number 10 when we go back green flag here.
Yeah, I was down in the infield watching it, and you know, the last time before it kind of released, it was shooting flames up into the cockpit, and I think someone was hung in there, Tommy, and it popped out, whatever it was, and now the brake seems to be back to be where it needs to be for the 10, so we'll follow that story as we watch it. Here comes Mac DeMann back out, and it'll be 1 to go at the line as Mac will have to hustle around to the backside.
So good job by the crews back there, and I see crews plural because you'll notice if you're back there in the pits, if somebody comes back there, it's not just one crew that goes to work. Everybody tries to lend a hand. They want to beat each other on the track, not in the pits.
Yeah, there's a replay there of Mitch going through the corner with those brake rotors. And we documented that a lot last year with, some of these brakes are meant to glow red, but sparking like that, I'm not sure that's part of the plan. Back to the green flag, single file past the restart cone, and Ryan Turner really swung it out trying to get a run on this restart.
That didn't look like there was any chance of single file past the cone, but they made it work as Hansen took away that 3rd spot from Brown on that restart, and Liam Martin will go after Corey Turner for the lead. Here comes Hansen for third on Turner.
Yeah, that J&E Recovery 88H has got a head of steam, loses a little bit of momentum up on the high side of 2. The top 4 now trying to break away from Mitch Brown back there in 5th.
Boy, Glenn Stiers almost caught the wall out of corner 2 that time. Got pretty narrow between him, the wall, and Sean Evans, but he stays underway, and Stiers is on the move. Meanwhile, up front, Turner gains a little bit of ground now on Liam Martin.
Corey Turner works it off the corner another time over Martin, Ryan Turner, Josh Hansen, and Mitch Brown, the top 5. And how about the run by Nick Sheridan, the rookie driver in the 360s? He's knocking on the door of the top 5. He's to the outside of Mitch Brown.
Got a little bit narrow there for him. He backs out of it, and now Brown goes to the top side in corner 4 and cuts him off. Meanwhile, Corey Turner and the rest of the leaders are going to be contending with traffic here in a minute.
Past the halfway point as the leaders work down the backstretch. Martin trying to close the gap again. Gets a good run to the outside of corner number 3. Turner works it off the banking across the stripe another time, 1 car length apart. Here comes Martin down to the inside with lap traffic in front.
This would be quite the story if Martin can take a win tonight. He gets up and takes the lead away from Turner and now puts the lap car in between as well.
Martin across the line will lead the lap. Corey Turner second. Here comes Hansen to the outside of Ryan Turner down into corner number 1. Close call on the front stretch there as they work by Ben Siliker.
Here comes Hansen again to the inside now on Ryan Turner. Meanwhile, up front, Corey Turner has moved to the bottom. Looked like he was going to mount a challenge on Martin, but couldn't get through corner 4 cleanly.
Put Hansen to the 3rd spot. Now he's working on the back end of the 13 of Corey Turner. They work it down the backstretch. Liam Martin pulling away from that battle from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
These young drivers who transferred up from the crate sprint division really putting on a show tonight. Martin and Hansen, both of them strong runners in the crates before they moved up to the 360s, and now Martin makes a 3-wide move to get more lap cars between him and Corey Turner.
Works it around the outside of corner 3 and 4. Off the 4th corner comes Liam Martin another time. Put 15 on the board. 5 laps left to go for the young driver to Binbrook, Ontario, wheeling that Nitro 54 variety. Creative Edge, number 9.
Josh Hansen put a slide job on Corey Turner there in turn 1 and 2. Turner fought back, and now here comes Hansen again in 3 and 4. Here comes Turner back to the inside once again.
Hansen trying to work through the lap traffic of Chris Jones and Holly Porter. The Turner's hot on his heels as they work through the corner. And now working his way into the party is Nick Sheridan. He's trying to get by the Turner brothers.
This is vintage Ohsweken sprint car racing right now. But up front, it's all Liam Martin pulling away with 3 laps to go.
What a battle for the 2nd spot. Hansen slides up in front of the lap car of Jones. Here comes Ryan Turner back down to the inside of him for the 2nd spot. Meanwhile, 2 laps left to go for Liam Martin.
Here comes Hansen again, trying to take 2nd back from Turner. Sheridan in there as well as Corey Turner's fallen back a bit. Here comes Sheridan slinging it around the outside now for 2nd.
Wow, he just fits it by the outside of Ryan Turner as they work down the backstretch. White flag is out for Liam Martin. Down the front stretch goes Nick Sheridan now in the 2nd spot.
Martin down the backstretch the final time. We'll watch that race for 2nd. Sheridan's gotten clear, though, of the rest of the field.
Liam Martin will take the checkered flag and get his first 360 sprint car win. Nick Sheridan 2nd, a career best. Ryan Turner 3rd, then it's Josh Hansen. Corey Turner, your top 5. Oh my, what a race. The young guns. Surprise up front. I hate to say it, but Steve Lyons, you picked an awful night not to be at the racetrack. Your driver just picked up his first career 360 sprint car win from Binbrook, Ontario. Liam Martin drives that Nitro 54 variety, Creative Edge number 9, the Quick Wick victory lane. What a race, Tommy. Nick Sheridan, rookie driver in the 360s. 2nd place here tonight, came out of nowhere. Ryan Turner 3rd, and Josh Hansen was right in the thick of it as well all night.
Yeah, that was, this track and that racing reminded me a lot of so many Canadian Sprint Car Nationals that we've watched over the years. The track slicked off, multiple grooves, but it's the young drivers getting it done tonight.
Lone Wolf Fireworks lighting up the sky to help celebrate Liam Martin's first career 360 sprint car win. Steve Lyons had a win in that car, and now his new driver is down there with Clinton Jeffrey unbuckling in Quick Victory Lane.
Dad and the crew in here to give him a hug as he gets the bucket off. He'll work his way out. I'm sure he's going to climb up there and salute the fans as he gets ready to go here. He's got the checkered flag in hand. How about it? A big Ohsweken Speedway Quick Victory Lane welcome for young Liam Martin. Brandon, Dan, family, and the crew over here. Mom, Sherry, in for a hug. Liam, congrats, man. You've been one of the young guns coming up in this division. You ran really good in your own stuff, and now you got backing from Steve Lyons and Dan Nanakoke in this team, and you haven't looked back, bud.
Yeah, all night our cards were falling the right way, and in this feature it was tough battling off Corey Turner at the beginning there, and I found that one specific line, and it just worked out a little better. Thanks, Ryan. Great job to everyone else who's on the podium tonight. And I just want to thank Dan Nanakote, Steve Lyons, all my sponsors, and my parents for this night.
Steve's watching from the trailer. What do you want to say?
All right. We'll celebrate later, Steve. I wish you were here tonight.
Where's Dan Nanakoke? Danny, great job, though, Liam. Awesome work. This is a start to a bright future ahead of you.
Right there. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Dan, you know, you put young Liam in the car, and he's paying off for you now.
Yeah, it's excellent. He's doing everything I wish I could do.
Good job, Dan Nanakoke. How about it for Liam Martin? Let's get over and talk to one of our other young stars coming into this deal as he runs over and gives a hug to Dad Ron, legendary motorsports racer himself, his brother Jake down here, who we see in the APC series. Tricky Nicky, the former crate champ. Nick, what a hell of a run for you on the outside. Talk about getting up there and cowboying up and driving past some of the best veterans we got here in those last 5 laps.
Yeah, thanks, Clint. I appreciate it. I don't even know what to say. This is so amazing and unexpected for my team. I did not believe that. A couple laps in, I kept trying to run the bottom. I tried a couple times, and it was no good, so I went right to the top, and it stuck really good. And I cannot believe how fast this number 45 car was tonight. It was just amazing. I just can't thank everybody that helps me enough. Vibrant Farms, Pride Seeds, Elite Performance Engines helps a bunch, and everybody else on this car. I'm out of breath. That was awesome, Clint.
Well, you crew for a lot of the NASCAR Pinty's teams down in Newfoundland. A lot of them are watching. You said the flight left today. I didn't get to go. This will make it a bit better, Nick.
Yeah, for sure. It'll definitely make my sit down home tomorrow a little more sweet. But definitely good luck to all those guys there. Sucks I can't help them out. But again, congratulations to Liam, too. He just ran an amazing race, and that was unbelievable. I'm so happy and proud of our team to be here.
Right on, Nick. Nick gets it done. We'll get over here and talk to Ryan Turner in just a second. Ryan, another solid, good drive for you. You know, you're on the podium. These are the nights that points championships are won.
Yeah, I know. That's very true. Car was pretty good. I thought at that caution there I had something for Corey and Liam, and the track just seemed to change on the caution. I don't know if my tires kind of sealed up there, but I just kind of started to lose some grip in the slick there that it looked like Liam really had. Very happy for Liam. He started out in our shop, so to see him come this far, it's amazing. I can't thank Jay and Celeste enough for this ride and keeping us going. I think we're averaging a third-place finish right now, and that's great. We're looking for some more wins, and we'll just kind of keep on rolling.
Right on, Ryan Turner is your third-place driver. Nick Sharon will be second and your winner tonight. Liam Martin, guys, we'll be right back here on Quick Victory Lane right after this break on G-Force TV.
I've always had the spirit that I wanted to invent something new, and so when we got into clothing, I got immersed into it, and the only way that you would really understand how to build clothing is to become a pattern maker. that pattern maker concept started becoming very interesting to me because I went, I can make this better. Love it. Absolutely love designing. Doesn't matter whether it's a garment or an engine or a car, decals on our race cars. I love doing it. That's my forte.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Back live on GeForce TV on Gale's Auto Aftermarket night here at Ohsweken Speedway. HRW Mini Stocks on the racetrack. Tommy Gooch with the starting lineup.
25 cars strong tonight for the mini stock. Starting on the pole from Dundas, the number 69, that's Rob Twitchett. On the outside of row 1 from Waterford, the number 4, that's Wade Thorne. Inside row 2, the number 26 from Hagersville is Tim Newell. And outside row number 2, the 265 from Caledonia is Mike Evers. Row number 3 on the inside from Ohsweken, the number 188 is Paul Longboat. And on the outside from Stratford, the number 54 is Christopher French. Starting 7th from Linden, Ontario, the number 11E is Jeff Elsliger. And from Smithville in the 51, starting 8th, that's Eric York. Starting 9th from New Hamburg, 21H is Ryan Hiller. And starting 10th from Ancaster, number 16, Fabio Oliveri. Starting 11th from York, the number 9, that's Tim DeBoer. And starting 12th from Port Colborne, the number 14, Olive John Lubeck. Starting 13th, the defending mini stock champion, number 23 from Hagersville, that's Dusty DeBoer. Starting 14th, from Guelph, the number 1 is Jason Tolton. Starting 15th from Brantford, 64 is Nick Erskine. Starting 16th from Hamilton, number 2, Matt Newell. Then it's the points leader, Tyler Lafontaise, number 96 from Thorold. Number 18, or starting 18th rather, and then number 79 from Paris, it's Steve Miller. Then we have Tristan De Silva, the 01 from Waterdown, the Nick Massey, number 222, starting 20th. Ashton Dickey starting 21st in the 1A. Mike Sarantakos in the 6X starting 22nd. Then it's Jeremy May in the 10X. The 11 of Mike Iverson and the 81D of Crystal Sewells. Here we go, 15 laps the distance on our mini stock A-main.
Rob Twitchett, he has been working feverishly, had lots of help to get the motor working in that Cal Tire 69. He's up there in the top 5, got shuffled out of the top spot there in that drop of the green flag, and boy, this is starting to look like the start of the Thunderstock feature.
Well, and Evers now slides to a stop in corner 3. So far, he looks like he's going to try to get back underway, and we can stay green here as they continue to race 3 and 4 wide back in the pack.
Boy, they are all over. Look at Eric York on the outside, right up against the wall. That 51 machine has been lightning fast. He said he didn't expect to be this good this early. But look at that car. It is hooked up onto the outside of Hiller.
Wade Thorne would like what he sees behind him if he had a rearview mirror. Might not like that. Now Hiller goes for a slide and collects French, and I think that's Newell in the 2 car.
Yeah.
So they managed to, just like the Thunderstocks, they managed to avoid calamity, even though it looked like it was coming on the first lap or 2, but Hiller got collected there, and then French and Newell had nowhere to go.
French trying to get that car backed up. Looks like he might have some issues. And let's watch to see how this happens. So Matt Newell, make that Tim Newell, was how that started, and Matt Newell was how that ended.
Yeah. The 26 of Tim Newell got sideways out of corner 2, and Hiller spun to avoid and then collected, almost collected LaFantasy. So the points leader escapes calamity there.
That right front on Christopher French's car is pointing the opposite direction of the left front. So it will get the hook.
I think I heard Clinton down there somewhere. See if we can bring him in here.
Yeah, Tommy, the tie rod's gone here in the French 54. That means the two front tires are facing in opposite directions. The right front pointed hard to the right, the left front just looking straight ahead. So that'll be it for French here in the 54. He takes the helmet off. The Newell car drove away, so we'll just see what happens here. And this will be a tie rod issue, fairly simple problem here for French, but enough of a problem to end his night.
So tough break for French, who was one of those Mustang holdouts for quite a while in the mini stock division. I ran strong in that car before switching to a...
I don't know if you can see it, but both tires, well, they just pulled away on us, but we're trying to give a view of both tires pointing in different directions as French waves at the camera, and a big shot in the rear end of that 54 car. But they're cleaning up, guys, and we're ready to go.
Christopher French gets the distinction of being the first car back out on track after 2 years off of the test and tune night. I'm sure Glenn and some cars were out here during that time, but officially under test and tune, Christopher French was the first one out that night on test and tune, and he'd like his luck to turn around here, that's for sure, in 2022. It's kind of cool on that test and tune night. I don't know if you saw, my father posted a shot of the scoreboard,
yeah,
and it was the top 5 from the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals back in 2019. I think it was Josh Ellsworth from the Patriots that said it's kind of like a time capsule, and it was neat to see that wow, it's been that long since we'd seen racing here at the Big O.
A white flag in the air. We'll go back green with 13 laps left to go in our mini stock A-main. Wade Thorne had a pretty good lead there before that yellow, but now he's going to see Tim DeBoer on the inside. Thorne choosing the outside groove. They do have lane choice if you're the leader.
Back to the green flag with 13 laps left to go for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. The Strickland GMC Crate Sprint still to come after this.
So here we go back to green flag racing. York going to make it 3 wide into corner number 1. Got a good start in the 51 car. Thorne, though, holding strong on the outside.
Here they go down the backstretch. York working the inside of Tim DeBoer. Now he'll draw up. Trying to catch leader Wade Thorne. Fabio Oliveri right behind them, looking to make it 4 wide.
They were 4 wide briefly there, as now Thorne kind of squirts away up front briefly, but Tim DeBoer not going to let him get away too far as he draws back in on him down the back straightaway.
Thorne, DeBoer, Oliveri, and York right now. Tolton in the top 5. Jason Tolton finally getting some momentum and some consistency in the Vacuum Trucks number 1. Up to the top 5 in the standings this season.
I've had one eye on Tyler LaFantasy here. He's up into about the 7th spot now in that 96 car, the points leader, undefeated coming into tonight so far in 2022 here at Ohsweken. And he goes to work on the 0-1 of Tristan De Silva now.
Here comes Fabio Oliveri now working on the leader. Wade Thorne working that Kubota number 16 on the inside line. They'll go door to door down the backstretch with Tim DeBoer in tow. Eric York is right there. Top 8 right now are all right together.
Side by side down the front stretch. Oliveri is going to lead that lap. 6 in and 9 to go now. As Thorne going to fight back on the outside, but Oliveri looks good in that 16 car. Tim DeBoer now going to try to fight back and take that 2nd spot away from Thorne.
Off of corner 4, they come by another time. 8 laps left to go. Next time by across the stripe, it'll be halfway. Fabio leading over Thorne. DeBoer, York right now, 3rd and 4th. And like you said earlier, if there were rear view mirrors, the top 4 would be saying, uh-oh, here comes Tyler LaFantasy as we go under the caution flag. Is that Ashton Dickey or Tristan De Silva?
Yeah, that's Dickey up there. De
okay.
Silva's still on the track, but Dickey has had a problem up there in corner 4. Oh, off of corner 4. That's a long way back from the actual track surface.
Tommy, the car just went straight right up through 3 and 4, right up to the outside, and we'll get up there and check it out.
There's a lot of space up there. I don't think I've ever walked up that side. I did last night. I was here for micro sprints and was just coming over to the store for a bit, and that's a huge area up there, the top side of 3 and 4.
We've seen lots of drivers use it over the years and come back on the track again. So,
because you remember in the early days, that was a hard drop down into the creek and the trees. And
yeah, this is a much better setup now. We have the wall with the hay bales and the catch fence. That dirt berm was an improvement for a while too, but that also caused some problems when people hit that thing.
Well, we got Ashton Dickey here, and Ashton, show him what's wrong with your car.
Down there, the collapsible section of the steering shaft came apart, and have no steering.
You see, guys, wheel is turning, but no input going down to the front wheels, guys.
I had that once happen playing iRacing. Less dangerous, that's for sure, but that's an awful feeling. It's like one of those little cars at a carnival or whatever. The kids can sit behind and just spin the wheel, pretend they're driving. That's a bad feeling when you're heading down. You've got all that speed all the way down the backstretch and into corner 3, and the steering goes.
Was it Dean Nida in the sprint car a few years ago? Remember he had the steering wheel come off? You remember that one?
I don't remember that one.
And then he got it back on again and the race stayed green.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember that. Oh, Darren,
quite a while ago now.
Losing my mind. It was like the Dale Earnhardt Jr. moment. Okay, here's the replay.
Don't worry, Greg. Just too many atomisms between then and now. As you erased it from your memory.
Melted in my brain cell.
You saw the replay there of Dickey going off the track. Looked like if he hit the wall, it was fairly easy. So
I don't think he got that far. And as Greg mentioned, there's a huge runoff up there on the flat. So he was able to get it woed up. And looks like we're ready to go.
So Oliveri had the lead here as we approach the halfway mark. 15 laps the distance, 7 in so far. Wade Thorne, Tim DeBoer, the 51 of York, Tolton, and they're all watching out for the 96 of LaFayette, restarting in the 6th position right now.
Wow, what a pack of cars behind Fabio Oliveri. He's up by himself. They're 3 deep, 2 rows back.
Yeah, good. Maybe backfired on that start and maybe didn't get as good of a go as they wanted to there, but we're going to stay green for now. A little bit of an issue back at the back of the pack. Up front, it's Oliveri leading by a few car lengths now over DeBoer.
Well, we're watching Jeff Elslager, and he's going to take it off in corner number 3, so we'll stay green, but he had some definite problems on that restart. And dropped to the back, and now is in the pit area. This time by will be 9 laps complete, 6 to go.
Well, Fantasy's actually losing a bit of ground here as DeBoer got to the inside in the 23 car, so battle of former champions there for that spot just outside the top 5.
Fabio leads the way over Wade Thorne, Tim DeBoer. Eric York has been sitting there most of the night in that 4th spot. Here comes Tyler LaFantasy getting it wound back up and trying to get back to the front to keep the perfect season alive.
So Oliveri with a big lead here as the 2nd and 3rd place cars race side by side. Thorne and DeBoer. LaFantasy to the inside of York now for the 4th spot. Behind them, De Silva and DeBoer were side by side, but De Silva got sideways out of corner 4, so give that spot back to DeBoer, but he's mired back in 7th right now. 3 wide now for 2nd.
What a battle right there. Thorne on the outside, DeBoer in the middle. Here comes LaFantasy down on the inside, trying to keep the perfect streak alive. He's won the first 3. Going to be hard pressed to catch Fabio, though, I think, without a caution, but we'll see.
Yeah, 2 seconds to gain in 3 laps might be a tall order, but the way the Fantasy's been running this year, anything is possible. But Oliveri with clear track, no traffic ahead for him.
2 laps left to go for Fabio Oliveri. In the Kubota number 16, they work it down the back stretch. LaFantasy not able to gain much ground on the leader. He's got Wade Thorne behind him. York and DeBoer are side by side for the 4th position.
Thorne not letting LaFantasy get away as he tries to take that 2nd spot back. Meanwhile, white flag out now for Oliveri. 2 more sets of corners to go for him.
Works it down the backstretch. Just needs to get through 1 more set of corners, and then he'll pick up his first win of the season. Fabio Oliveri works it through 3 and off of corner 4. Checkers out. Fabio will pick up the win over Tyler LaFantasy, Wade Thorne, Eric York. 4th and 5th will be Tim DeBoer. Then it's Jason Tolton in 6th, 7th Dusty DeBoer, 8th John Lubeck, 9th Tristan De Silva, and 10th Nick Erskine.
So Oliveri from 10th to 1st, LaFantasy from 17th to 2nd, but couldn't quite keep that streak alive.
Fabio doing an extra lap here before he gets into Quick victory lane. So Tyler LaFantasy is finally beaten. Not too bad though, 3 wins and a 2nd place, so still have him well out in front of the point standings. Wade Thorne waiting on the winner, Fabio Oliveri, to make his way to victory lane in our Clinton Jeffrey. Again, don't forget, next Friday night, 16th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals, brought to you by Burger Barn. Make sure you stop out there on your way to the races next Friday night. It's going to be a big one, $10,000 to win for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Cars, Action Sprint Tour on the card, and 358 Modifieds. Fabio gets unbuckled. We see the fireworks, courtesy of Lone Wolf Fireworks, lighting up the sky here for another victory here at the Big O. Fabio's on the roof, Clint.
Had some rough luck to start the year, was fast, had some flat tires, and finds himself in lane here tonight. We'll get over and to him in just a moment's time as he gets the safety gear off. Also good run for Wade Thorne and Tyler LaFantasy also. We'll talk to both of them. But tonight it's all about Fabio. Come on around, Fab. Let's talk to you. Gets a handshake from Tyler. Fabio, this car's been quick, but you just haven't quite had the luck, had trouble keeping the tires on it. You're one of the favorites out there, and tonight you're able to show why.
Oh, it's tough, especially with what we're dealing with 2 tracks, and changing setup a lot it's killing us, but sure paid off tonight.
Who you want to thank for an awesome run?
Oh, Gaylor Equipment, Kubota, Haley, driving with Haley, Oliveri Construction, and Dylan Hardy at Hardy Graphics.
Right on, good job. Fabio gets it done. We'll get over and talk to the guy who has won every race up until tonight. Tyler, you can't win them all, but if you end up on the podium every week, you're pretty much going to be the champ. This is a good add to your total.
Yeah, you know, it was still a good run. I got caught up in the wreck, started deep in the field twice, but Fabio ran an awesome race. I don't think even if I was there, I'd catch him, so good job to him.
Right on, there you have second, Tyler LaFantasy. We'll get over here and talk to Wade Thorne. Wade, solid drive for you. I mean, any night you can end up on the concrete is a good deal. You know, you got to be happy with that.
Yeah, after the last 3 weeks we blew a motor out first night, and then we lost tires in the first couple laps in the last 2 weeks of this thing. It's really awesome to see how fast this car can work. We spent a lot of time over the last couple of years with COVID getting it done. I got to thank my awesome sponsors, Kubota. They're going to be pretty pumped to see these 2 cars up beside each other. Buckwald Landscape, Tint World, GMS Graphics for wrapping this thing, making it look good, and of course, Brand Tractor.
Right on, there's your top 3. Wade Thorne in third. Second place, Tyler LaFantasy. And your winner tonight, Fabio Oliveri, gets it done here in Quick Victory Lane. We'll be right back on G-Force TV with one more feature event to go tonight.
On the scene since 1949, Fast Eddie was born with a lead foot and a burning need for speed. His passion for speed and sport has been captured in this authentic collection of vintage-themed gear. Created for gearheads, riders, and racers, Fast Eddie truly encompasses the great Canadian racing culture we have from coast to coast. Drive hard, get dirty, and look good doing it. Fast Eddie Speedwear. Get geared up.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickwick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
I've always had the spirit that I wanted to invent something new, and so when we got into clothing, I got immersed into it, and the only way that you really understand how to build clothing is to become a pattern maker. That pattern maker concept started becoming very interesting to me because I went, I can make this better. Love it. Absolutely love designing. Doesn't matter whether it's a garment or an engine or a car, decals on our race cars. I love doing it. That's my forte.
Welcome back live on G-Force TV at Ohsweken Speedway, Gales Auto Aftermarket Night. One feature left to go. Before we get to that, take a look at what's coming up here on G-Force TV, brought to you by Fast Eddie Speedwear. As I mentioned during the break to our live crowd on Thursday night, Humberstone Speedway, Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Cars, the Action Sprint Tour 358 Modifieds on the card as well. And then on July the 2nd, don't forget next Friday night we'll also be here on G-Force, July the 1st, but July the 2nd, the APC Series in the Spectra Premium 100 from Delaware Speedway, and then on July the 16th, the APC race from Flamborough Speedway, all coming up on G-Force TV. Go to gforcetv.net for more dates and times. Tommy, starting lineup for the Strickland Brantford Crate Sprint Car Division.
28 cars scheduled to go 20 laps for our Strickland's Crate Sprint Cars. Starting on the pole from St. Thomas, the number 4 is Jesse Costa. Starting on the outside of row number 1, the number 7 from Thamesford is Eric Gledhill. Starting third, he looked good in his heat race. The number 71 from St. Catharines is Mike Bowman. And starting fourth from Brantford, the 49L of Lucas Smith. Starting fifth from Brockville, the 52 of Matt Billings, making the long tow down here. And starting sixth, he's won both features so far this year, from Freelton, the 12 Double D, that's Darren Dryden. Starting seventh, the 19D from Waterloo, that's Alan Downey. And starting eighth from Wainfleet, the BS39 is Brett Stratford. Inside row number 5 from Thamesford, the 45 is Curtis Gartley. And outside is the 16R from Port Colborne, the number 16R of Seth Roy. Starting 11th from Georgetown, the 2M is Steve Murdoch. Starting 12th from Ohsweken, the 28 Jordan Hill. Starting 13th from Ohsweken, the 77T is Tyler Powless. Starting 14th from Mossley, the 3S Austin Rose. Starting 15th from Brantford, the 88 is Lance Erskine. Starting 16th from Ohsweken, the 99 Joshua Hill. Starting 17th from Six Nations, the MK8 is Matthew Hill. And starting 18th from Rockwood, the 74 of Rob Neely. Starting 19th from Rockwood, the 94 Ryan Fraser. Then from Kitchener, the number 2 is Travis Hofstetter. From Fonthill, the 08 Stephen Beckett. From Woodstock, the 29W Tyler Ward. From Ohsweken, the 9C Brian Nanakoke. From Ancaster, the 51 is Trevor Young. From Ohsweken, the 77E of Ashton Van Every. From Ancaster, 26X Terry Baker. From Dorchester, 48 of Andrew Marshall. And from Ohsweken, the 420 of Victor Bomberry. 28 cars scheduled to go 20 laps the distance. Here we go with our Strickland's Crate Sprint Cars.
Green flag goes up in the air. Darren Dryden looking to make it 3 for 3 here in 2022 as he's riding back there in the 5th spot. Eric Gledhill out in front. Jesse Costa. Pair of Oakwood transport cars at the front of the field.
Gledhill has the lead. Here comes Smith trying to take second away from Costa as the top side looking good so far for Gledhill, but now Smith changes lanes, goes to the bottom. He's going to go after Gledhill for the lead.
Lucas Smith out in front. Here comes Gledhill looking back on the bottom, and boy, Lucas Smith closed the door 3 times there.
Wow, that was an interesting line down the front straightaway. But Smith keeps the lead for now. Yellow flag comes out, however, as we have, looks like maybe Bomberry sideways in corner 4.
That's it, Tommy. Quick, easy turnaround for the 420 of Victor Bomberry. Facing the wrong way in turn 4. He'll get started and should be an easy yellow.
That was quite the adventurous trip down the front stretch for Lucas Smith there. I thought we were going to...
That's underselling it.
I've never seen it quite like that.
If Adam was here, that would have been the Mighty White's move of the night, or the movement of the night.
I wonder what Gledhill's thinking in second spot after seeing Smith do that.
I don't know if Spencer's got that, but the replay of the leaders going by the last time under green was adventurous to say the least. Kudos to Eric Gledhill, because they could have wrecked easily and it would have been a mess. See Victor Bomberry back under power.
So Lucas Smith looked good there, taking that lead away. Drove down the hill in corner 2. Started on the top side, drove down to the inside, and took the lead away from Gledhill down the back straightaway.
Here we go. Watch this. Smith dives down in deep, cuts up in front of Gledhill. Gledhill on the bottom. Thought he was going to have at least the lane. Smith came down across his nose and then swerved back up across his nose. And then it was close again down to 1 and 2, closer than I thought it was there too.
Yeah, on replay it looks like maybe Smith got kind of loose out of corner 4 and was trying to catch it, but it sure looked interesting the first time they came by.
The wild card in all of this, that car back in the 4th spot.
Yep.
Seaway Power Fluid, number 71 of Mike Bowman. If he wins tonight in his first attempt at Ohsweken in a crate sprint, it wouldn't surprise me.
He's got Darren Dryden right behind him, so this could be a good race here as we get back underway with 18 laps to go.
Down to corner 1 they go. Lucas Smith, your leader over Eric Gledhill. Mike Bowman puts himself into the 3rd spot as he gets by Jesse Costa.
Yeah, Costa caught that one rut that's up there in corner 1 and almost went over, but kept it on all 4s, but loses that 3rd spot to Bowman.
Bowman working it down along the wall, trying to find that moist clay, and here he is, closing the door on Eric Gledhill. He'll work down to the inside in 3 and 4, finding all sorts of power.
Bowman was just here a couple of weeks ago in the 358 modifieds, so he's seen the track this year, just not in the crate sprint yet.
Here he goes to the inside of Eric Gledhill again. They're going to have the slower car of Marshall right in front of them. Andrew Marshall in the 48. Seem to be having some issues on that car. He's been twitching it around a bit, had lost some power in the straightaway. Now Mike Bowman will try and work by him quickly, scoots by and takes the 2nd spot.
So Bowman up to 2nd now. Smith has a 1.5 second lead, but we'll see how quickly Bowman can try to put a dent in that here. 6 laps on the board as Smith now going to get into the teeth of this traffic.
They work it deep into corner number 3. Here's Mike Bowman tracking him, looking for the leader. 13 laps left to go this time by as Smith gets by Tyler Ward, puts him a lap down.
Gledhill's not going away. He's keeping Smith right in front of him here as they start to work into this traffic, and Bowman starting to make a run on Smith, whose front wing is now fallen down. So Smith with no front downforce on the 49L.
That seems to plague him a lot as he goes up into corner number 2. Not this season, but in the past, he seems to have some nose wing issues. And here he is trying to fight with that car and trying to hold it to the track. Here comes Mike Bowman closing the gap, working through the lap traffic. And Lucas Smith now will be under the caution flag as Curtis Gartley and Andrew Marshall have spun around going the wrong direction up at corner number 2.
Yeah, and I think Alan Downey caught a piece of that as well. He's got a flat left rear tire on the 19.
Well, guys, you called it right. Lucas Smith, the nose wing has gone awry on the 49L. And that is going to give him all kinds of grief tonight. Not sure if Mike Bowman knows it, but if he does, he's going to be salivating at the potential. The 19D of Downey is headed for the pits with a flat left rear under his own power. We'll get over here and check out the Gartley 45 and the Marshall 48.
Mike Bowman really getting it done on that inside line. You have to wonder if there's still a lot of tack down there. He's not afraid to go right next to the wall. Smith seems to be a bit better on the outside.
Well, I would say anyone who's seen Mike Bowman race anything is not surprised to see him up there in the top 5, even though it's his first visit here.
Well, guys, I don't see any damage on the Marshall 48 or the Gartley 45. Both look like they're just getting a push off here and should be able to go. The story we're watching is the 19D of Alan Downey, who has requested his 2 minutes and is headed back there. We'll follow that one up.
Downey's had just terrible luck so far this year at Ohsweken. Finished second in Action Sprint Tour points last year, and I really thought that he was going to be one of the contenders week after week here, but it just has not worked out for him so far in 2022. We'll see what he can do in the pit area if he can get back out here and try to recover a finish from this one.
The ebbs and flows of racing. It can test the patience of even the best drivers. Seems everyone, no matter who you are, goes through some sort of streak of just either bad circumstances or just can't get things figured out. For Alan Downey, it's been a lot of bad circumstances.
So Smith with clear track here, which may or may not be a good thing with the front wing the way it is.
Matt Billings still hanging around there in the top 5, right behind Jesse Costa. Having a good run, the Gunslinger's ride, Ryan Hunsinger.
I guess the good thing for Smith is the wing is still sort of pointed the right direction, so he might be getting a little bit of downforce from that, but definitely not what he wants. I think it's tipped too far back to really get much from that, I think. We've seen drivers out here hold on to good finishes without the front wing or with the front wing pointed the wrong direction like that, but it's a tall order.
So just waiting on work being done over in the pit area. Take a couple more laps here. And I think we'll do a quick fire it up. Send these crate sprint cars back to life and see if Mike Bowman has anything for Lucas Smith. It's an interesting situation when we see drivers like this. It's like Dave McKnight in the 360s, and he came up through the crates. They've got such a storied history and victories in other top divisions, and then they come into a whole new realm. And it's how are they going to figure it out? Well, I think Mike Bowman's got onto this very quickly. Not a big surprise.
Yeah, we've seen tons of modified drivers step right into a sprint car and be fast right away. So, and he's got some experience from racing Terry Baker's car a couple of times over the last 2 years as well. So,
all right, so we're going to get ready to see the sights and hear the sounds of the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Divisions. They come back to the green flag, single file past the cone. Let's go quick, fire it up. Smith on the outside, Bowman working the bottom, cross flags go in the air, halfway home in this A-main event, the final feature of the night. Smith trying to hold on with that broken nose wing. Bowman keeps digging and digging on the bottom side.
Oh, crash up in turn number 2. Murdoch up into the wall.
Got nose wing damage at least. That's what we can see from that angle on the camera.
I think he caught a piece of the hay bale there, but he might have stopped short of it. Looks like, yeah, I don't know if there's much other damage there other than the front wing or not.
Had a few comments tonight on the YouTube stream, just great camera angles and great camera work, and we do have a great crew of camera folks that capture all the action. We couldn't do any of what we do online without them, and there's Jack down there with his dad Clint right on the scene with the camera.
The Murdoch car's got issues here. I don't see anything major. The one thing I do see here is he hit something as it's pushed in on the front nose there. But check, they're going to push this car off. And Murdoch should just get a shove and be ready to go. He's asking for his 2 minutes. Gotta go straighter, it's just
Been down there giving directions as well.
Jack of all trades. Gonna guess that he hit the tail tank, maybe. That's a pretty hard hit to bend that in.
The Nerf bar on the front end is, the middle of it's just pushed right in like a triangle.
If it hit somebody's rear Nerf bar, theirs is going to be crushed in a bit, you would have to think, with that much give in it.
Yeah, the rear Nerf bars are pretty tough, and they have a little bit more reinforcement, so whatever it is, he hit it pretty square. I haven't seen anybody with too much damage on them so far, unless it's somebody who's already off the track. You'll notice a lot of the cars, though, have the sort of oval-shaped front Nerf bar so that they can't get pushed in like that, though.
Yeah. Matt Hills was the only one that I thought looked a little, but it could just because it's hard to see on that silver and black.
I've been keeping an eye on Darren Dryden here, who's our points leader coming in, and he's been backsliding here. That last caution, he lost a couple of spots to Jordan Hill and Seth Roy. So we'll see what Dryden can do here to try to keep his undefeated streak alive. Dryden back there in the 8th spot now, after starting 6th. So, and he was up in the top 5 briefly there, but track is not going his way so far tonight.
Here we go. Murdoch rejoins the field. Safety vehicle's off. Looks like we're coming back to the green flag.
I think they just pushed Murdoch back off. I don't know if they had to do much else on his car. So here we are back under green flag with Smith now with a big push in corner 2, and that allows Bowman to the inside. Gledhill trying to get to the outside as well.
Good 3-car fight up at the front. Here they come off of corner 4, and Eric Gledhill has all the power off the 4th corner. He'll take the top spot. Here comes Jesse Costa now. He'll work to the outside of both Bowman and Smith has definitely got something wrong in the 49L.
Yeah, without the downforce on the front end, he can't go low in corner 1, and he's tried a couple of times, and now gets it way sideways in corner 3 as well. Still holds the 3rd spot for now, but up front it's Gledhill in the 7, starting to pull away a bit from Bowman with 8 laps to go.
Eric Gledhill looking for his first career crate sprint car win. He came so close at Merrittville last year and just got beaten at the line as they go through 1 and 2. Here's Gledhill catching the back of the pack. Bowman, though, reeling him in. He's a car length back now.
And Bowman is a wily veteran, even though he's a sprint car rookie. He knows how to get through traffic on a dirt track, so that's what they're both going to have to contend with here as cars are running too wide in front of the leader.
Gledhill on the outside trying to get by. Here comes Bowman. He's working the bottom. He's got to get by Victor Bomberry. He'll sneak it down alongside the wall. Gledhill just gets by on the outside of Tyler Ward. Oh, one around. It's Austin Rose, we got one up on the high side as well, right in front of the leaders. That's Tyler Powlis in the 77T, both facing the wrong direction, puts us back into the caution with 6 laps to go.
Gledhill doing a good job in that 7 car, being decisive there. That's how you have to be in traffic. If you hesitate for a minute, you're going to get passed. And Gledhill committed to the top side and made it work there. Now he's got some clear track ahead.
Now you see that track right now, Tommy, and from the camera, it looks black and really rubbered down. But if you go and walk on that, it's really not like it looks, like you would expect it to look, say, after a 100-lap modified race or something like that. It's really a dark brown. There is still some stickiness to it. So like we talked at the top of the show, this tire concern that there won't be enough tires, that is not a rubbered up track like you would expect to see. There's still some sticky in there.
No, honestly, I've been coming here for 20 years now. I don't think I've ever seen this track take rubber. It'll get black slick like this sort of, but doesn't actually take rubber. It just sort of polishes off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it, is polished.
So it looks like just a spin for both drivers. They'll get back pushed underway here, hopefully.
Darren said he saw a black flag displayed for someone. Not sure who that was for. Was it Von Berry, maybe? Rose gets pushed off, and we'll see. He'll just rejoin the field. He's not headed to the pit area. Talented young driver.
Yeah, he was on the podium, 2 weeks ago?
Yep.
Oh, 3 weeks ago, I guess. 2 weeks ago was modified night. But.
You think about Ohsweken Speedway, and over the years, there's always these young, upcoming drivers, it seems, at every track, every region. This track, it's hard to put a finger down on anybody because there's so many good young drivers, especially in the 360s and the crates. We just saw it tonight in the 360s with Liam Martin winning, Nick Sheridan finishing second. I mean, who would have really predicted that? And then here we are in the crate sprints, the same story. So many good, young, talented drivers.
Yeah, I think when the crate sprint started, which is going back almost 10 years now, there was some doubt as to what they would provide, and I think they've proven more than they're worth now with all the drivers they've graduated up to other divisions and their type of racing we see in this division too.
Back to the green flag. Mike Bowman trying to track down Eric Gledhill. Both looking for their first career crate sprint car wins. Lucas Smith still battling that car. Pushes way up the track. Holds on to third in front of Matt Billings.
Close racing there between Billings and Costa. Costa had to get on the binders entering corner 3. And again, they almost get together out of corner 4. Yellow flag again for Andrew Marshall in corner 2.
Matt Billings and Jesse Costa had a few Mighty Wipes moments there.
I think Billings just drove up alongside, and he and Costa may not be entirely getting along here. Billings, another driver who came from the modifieds.
And he is a good modified driver as well, much like Mike Bowman. Many checkered flags in his past.
And that car, the 52 of Billings, is owned by Ryan Hunsinger, who of course was, he's run all kinds of different divisions here, but he is a former crate sprint car champion here as well, and has decided to take the owner role over the last couple of years.
Well, Jordan Hill up there in the 6th spot having a good run here tonight.
Yeah, he made a good move on Darren Dryden back a few laps ago to take that spot away. Hasn't been able to gain much on Costa so far, but Hill's having a good run up there in that 28 car. Brett Stratford is on the move a little bit in the 39 as well.
I'm correct in saying Jordan Hill's the past winner, correct? He's had.
I'd have to look it up.
He's had one.
You can look it up, as
one.
they say.
Thank you to you, Tommy, who keeps the history pages on the Ohsweken Speedway website up to date.
Sometimes people compliment me on my memory, but it's really just because I'm the one who typed that stuff on there.
Hey, somebody has to keep track of it. You do a great job. It gives me plenty of things to talk about on a race night. It comes especially in handy when I'm trying to reel in Adam sometimes. We've got to talk racing instead of the buffoonery that we talk about food and movies that nobody's ever seen. All right.
Taking a look through the field here, Rob Neely is up about 10 spots. Started 18th up to 8th now.
Darren Dryden's got a lot of work to do if he wants to stay perfect here tonight. He's inside the top 10, though, doing what a championship contender needs to do.
So Gledhill back to the top side, which is what's been successful for him so far. Costa up over the cushion in 1 and 2. That'll cost him several spots. So move Stratford and Hill up into a fight for the top.
Oh, one around up the high side of corner number 3. That'll put us back under the caution again. Having a hard time seeing who that is. Black car. That is Seth Roy. I thought it was Tyler Powless, but Tyler's out there and it's 16R. Seth Roy.
I think Seth is sort of a teammate of the Dykstra crew, if I'm not mistaken. So those cars do look pretty similar. So this slick track catching a few drivers out at as we get towards the end of this one.
Matt Billings is right up into the thick of it up there in the 3rd spot now behind Bowman and leader Eric Gledhill. Eric 4 laps away. And how difficult this must be. You're looking for your first career win and then yellow fever hits and caution, and the nerves. And you just want to get those laps done and over with.
Yeah, you wonder how well Gledhill knows the 2 drivers who are behind him. Neither of them are regulars here. And he can see the numbers up on the scoreboard, but I wonder how well he knows who those 2 guys are. Both very talented veteran drivers in modifieds. So Gledhill's got his work cut out for him, but not totally sure if he actually knows that or not.
Definitely got the car. He's been strong all night. He's not up there by any mistake at all. In the Bar Motorsports Oakwood Transport number 7.
That's sort of the interesting thing about this division. There's drivers from all over the place who have all come together into this division, and I don't know how well some of them know the past history of all the other drivers.
Hey guys, I don't want to say nothing bad about the 71, but his nose wing looks a little bit loose as well. If you watch the other cars through the bumps, his is vibrating around quite violently. The other ones are very solidly attached, so
it's angled too.
Yeah, he's hoping, so I wonder if that did get tweaked a bit.
Yeah, I didn't notice that, but now that you pointed out, it is kind of leaning down. It looks like the left front bracket might be bent or loose. That'll affect the handling of that car for Mike Bowman as well as we come back to the green flag. 4 laps. Who's going to get it?
Good start there for Gledhill as he goes up to the top side again. Bowman to the bottom, Billings to the middle. And Gledhill holds the lead through corner 3 and 4.
All sorts of power on the outside for Eric Gledhill. His nose wing's buckled down, and you can definitely see Bowman's nose wing has flopped up on that 71, and Matt Billings is hoping that will play into his favor.
Smith is not going away in that 49L, even with his wing the way it is. Now he puts a slider on Billings. Billings is going to cross back under him, and they'll race side by side for third.
Eric Gledhill on that outside line. He's a lap and a half away from career win number 1. Bowman giving chase, so is Lucas Smith. It's Eric Gledhill out in front, the two dirty-nosed drivers. Second and third trying to hold on with those bent nose wings.
White flag out now for Gledhill. He looks for his first career feature win. They're racing 4 wide back in the back. Gledhill, though, has clear track except for the one slower car of Ward. Here comes Bowman, but he can't get it done. Gledhill will get his first win. Second will be Bowman. Third is Smith. Fourth is Billings. And rounding out the top 5 is Brett Stratford.
Jesse Costa, 6th, 7th, Rob Neely, 8th, Curtis Gartley. Point leader, Darren Dryden will cross the line in 9th, and Jordan Hill will complete the top 10. So Eric Gledhill will pick up his first career win in the crate sprint car division. And happy to see that for Eric Gledhill, because he came one corner from getting that first win last year at Merrittville and had it taken away at the very end. And now he will get to celebrate as a winner in the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet crate sprint car division in the Oakwood Transport number 7. Another first-time winner here tonight. Liam Martin's first win in the 360s and just his 3rd start here at Ohsweken Speedway. Thanks, Steve Lyons, for that tidbit of information. And Eric Gledhill gets it done. Lone Wolf Fireworks will help celebrate with Eric Gledhill lighting up the sky here at the Big O. Mike Bowman 2nd, Lucas Smith 3rd. Look at those nose wings down there. It's not the prettiest victory lane other than the leader. As Eric Gledhill will get unbuckled, and our Clinton Jeffrey will talk to him down Quick Fire Starter victory lane here in just a moment. That Bar Motorsports team, they're going to party hard tonight, I'm sure. Larry Gledhill, Jesse Costa. Clint, Eric's climbing out.
Eric Gledhill comes in, checkers there behind you. He'll grab it and climb up here. Here's another guy who struggled early but is a force now. How about it for Eric Gledhill, ladies and gentlemen? The Bar Motorsports team pays off. Jack, just take a look at Lucas's wing. That is insane what these guys have had to deal with as we wait. We've got 2 of them with broken noses. We'll get them over here to talk to us. Gets a big hug from Darren Barr. Wow, Eric, your program has really come around these last couple years. You know, struggled in the early going, finally found your handle, and now you're a force. You've got to be super happy with the way things are going with this team.
Oh, I'm super pumped. Bar Motorsports put a hell of a ride together. Darren called me this afternoon, said I'm going to throw something crazy at it. I said, let's go for it. Coming out here, too, I told my mom, I said, you better stay awake because we're going to win tonight, so even better.
I hope Mom is awake.
I hope so. I got to thank Bar Motorsports, number 1. Oakwood Transport's a huge part of this deal. We got Butler Built, AV Utilities, Fairbanks Auto Body, and got to thank my wife and 2 daughters that are home. So
awesome. Eric Gledhill gets his first ever feature win, ladies and gentlemen. Mike, you almost grabbed your first sprint car win tonight. You looked really good. You know, talk about your drive tonight. Welcome to the Winged Things, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, man. We're good. Yeah, I got to thank the guys. They worked their butts off tonight. You know, we're not sure of much here. I came up for the 360 race, and it looked to be getting slippery, just like I like it. So asked around to, you know, Terry Baker, the Turners, and consolidate those ideas and put it together. And I don't know, I think I had a better car before that wing started falling off on the front.
Yeah, did you notice Lucas's wing was going, and then at the end your wing was going?
Yeah, I totally seen that. I figured maybe he was a sitting duck there, but just didn't work out. Good stuff. Congrats to these guys on the win.
Solid drive, Mike Bowman, his first ever podium finish with the crate sprints here at Ohsweken. We'll get in here and talk to Lucas Smith as he moves his car back to give some more room for the Gledhills. Lucas, man, your car was on a tear tonight. You were flying, just beating the cushion all night until your nose wing went away, and that kind of took this thing away from you tonight.
Yeah, the nose wing kind of took the wind out of our sails there, and after that I thought, you know what, let's just drive the hell out of it and see what we can salvage. Thank you to all 36 of you that are still here, actually still listening to us. we do it for you guys. Thank you. And couldn't do it without all my sponsors here and my amazing crew guys. Thank you all.
Awesome job. Lots of people watching at home as we wrap up our G-Force broadcast. That'll do it from down here at Quick Victory Lane. Lucas Smith will finish in third. Mike Bowman second. And your winner, his first ever time to Quick Victory Lane for Eric Gledhill. That'll do it down here, guys. Turn it up to you as I get ready to fly to Newfoundland.
Yeah, it's going to be a long trip for you, and I really hope it goes better than the Montreal trip, Clint. Have a safe trip, and
thanks, man.
We'll see you on Thursday night. Don't forget, folks, tune in on G-Force TV or join us in person at Humberstone Speedway on Thursday night, June 30th. The Pinty's Knights of Thunder will be down there. The Action Sprint Tour 358 Modifieds. It's all live here on G-Force TV, and that will lead us into the 16th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. Next Friday night, right here at the Big O, the Action Sprint Tour and 358 Modifieds. And make sure you're here. We'll have it on G-Force TV all for you next week. Well, it was a great night of action in all four divisions. And we want to thank everyone that tuned in and joined us in person here tonight. So on behalf of all the staff, the ownership, and Clinton Jeffrey down in Victory Lane and down trackside, Tommy, it was great having you back tonight. Thanks for joining us. It's a pleasure, and hope to have you back soon.
Thanks. It was awesome to be here. And just before we sign off, I should wish a happy birthday to my brother tomorrow.
Happy birthday,
I forgot earlier. So.
There you go. So that'll wrap it up from here at the Big O. My name's Greg Kellman. We'll see you back here on G-Force on Thursday night and Friday night at Humberstone and Ohsweken. Copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of G-Force TV. G-Force TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.